everyone the three-letter word ESD. Why is the power of today and for the decade that's coming up? If I say that ESD is not about saving planets, but ESD is about saving the businesses from ESD. Now, the three-letter word is the power with the business. And the very first time, if I say that businesses decided that not about how they save planets, there are two possible ESD, this is for the third word. And that's how this is something which has come from business. Binary is out from the business, saving the business is from ESD. You know, for many decades, the businesses have seen how quality was in the business at the forefront. The very first time, if our quality is and this decade was good because this is for the having businesses on this decade. You know, for many decades, the businesses have seen how quality was and I was at the forefront. With this graduation, if I say many of my friends and I used to prepare our hands, nobody thought this was sustainability, ESG, and that's how I feel. And look at today what has happened. When we people, CEOs and board corporations and associations are linked to ESG, how they are doing political bottom line, how they are employees, the people who work for you, and the people who are affected by your operation. And look at today, all of this is a part of the CEO's agenda. Every CEO's dinner, every board meeting, ESG, how is the take a look at how private equity firms are allocating capital. ESG is a part of the top agenda. And that's the power of ESG I'm talking about. There's a very nice timeline what you see here. As a reality, carbon is the new currency capital. You need to have carbon, whether you are limiting it or you have great carbon. And carbon uses a very nice timeline what is there as a reality. And that's why capital flows and follows when you have a better communication. Carbon, people, and processes. And carbon, friends, sees how this has been able to society and environment, but just see and involve different processes, etc. And that's what it is about. A shared value. It is about a shared future. We have just one earth. We don't have a second earth if it is not better. We have taken this earth and that's what as a rule for our future generation. It is actually better than we have just one society in the next generation. And I want to say that ESG Day is just not about mere reporting, but also about how it is future generation. This is actually better than AI. Somebody asked me, what dogs think about human beings? And in what answer I did, dogs think that human beings are superpowers. And that's how dogs follow us. They love us. They follow every command we give AI. Somebody put the same question asked about monkeys. Hey, what monkeys think about humans? And what answer monkeys damn care. Monkeys actually feel that either they are superior or they are equal to human beings. And that's where AI has come today. Artificial intelligence is going to match human potential. And AI has the power to fuel the AI progress. We need data centers. We need a lot of water, clean water. We need clean energy for running these data centers. So how are we going to do that? Unless we have an ESG powering all of these businesses, the data centers, AI, etc. I think it's an advantage. And that's why I keep saying that ESG is a power. Who defines the world? It's a people. Who defines the organization? It's a people. Everywhere people matters the most. Human rights. There are people who works for you, people who are really cares about the success of the businesses, how you are taking care of them. And the companies who really done well on the ESG, they not attract better talent, they also have better attrition rates. They see longevity in their employability. And that's how we are saying that people is one of the most important aspects of the ESG. And people just not about who works for you. People who works around you, the community at large, right? And these are the people who also becomes your consumers. And how the consumer choices are changing, we all understand. We care about our earth. We really feel bad when a package arrives from Amazon or other organizations, right? We say that, hey, why they need to package so much? Look at the organic shops that are open in the country. Look at how we consume things, right? Everybody is looking about the choices. We have seen in the world, liquor sales have gone down. People are more caring about, their well-beings. People are really concerned about what they consume, how they live, right? So that's where the consumer choices are also changing, and that's where companies really need to kind of do better on it, right? We really care that our product which we are using has been tested on animals. And a lot of us who doesn't like that will probably buy products which are not tested on animals, right? And there are products like that. So those are the choices consumers has today. And the consumer is deciding what companies should do. And that's where the ESG is a power again. Friends, the invent of social media, every one of us in this room has a power to voice it. When you see wrong happening by A company or a B organization or a C institution, you have a power. Every one of us in this room has a power, right? And when I say power, the power to make a change in the world. And trust me, a social media post travel much, much faster than what a compliance or reporting which you do in an annual exercise, right? So, it's very important for companies and organizations, and that's why I say ESG is about not mere doing a 2% of your CSR. You earn 100 rupees and you just spend 2% on the CSR, that's not ESG. ESG is about how did you earn that 100 rupees in the first place. And that's what people are asking it in the today's world. And that's how I am saying trust is very important for all of us to gain, and ESG gives that trust in people's mind, your consumer, your employee, every single stakeholder you work with. The ESG is not just about how you keep your house in your order. A lot of material thing actually sits outside your balance sheets. It's about how the ecosystem works, where the mining is happening, how do you dispose your waste from cradle to grave, which is the mining, and what do you do after the product life? How do you dispose it? Does it go to landfill? Do you burn it? How do you really take care of your e-waste, right? How is your ecosystem is taking care about child labor? Issues about sweatshops, how they are taking care of their own employees. That's about the supply chain. So it's just not about you, but beyond this. And that's the power of ESG, that not only you're keeping your house in a better shape, which is your organization, but also making sure that everyone around your business who supplies, who are vendors and your contract workers, your procurement cycle, everybody is aligned to this cause of ESG. So this goes beyond your walls of your operation. And that's where supply chain is very, very important. Friends, we have all the things which you use from a needle to an aircraft is basically we are using the natural resources. And who has given a right that we exhaust these natural resources for our generation consumption or just a few generations consumption? Since the time industrialization has happened, the world temperature have already risen by 1.1 degree. And if we continue to do this kind of development without thinking about responsible development, the world temperature will rise beyond 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius, and that becomes very unlivable. Do you really want to do that? Or do you really want to increase the cycle of the products or the mining you have done for the natural resources? How do you put in circularity? How do you increase the time when they can be reused? So that's where we are looking at it. And friends, for some organization it could be a waste, but people are encashing waste to, for their own uses. There are countries who are buying waste for electricity production. So let's look at the world where how we can really make sure that every single thing we discard for our use doesn't go to the landfill, doesn't go to the sea, doesn't go to any kind of such thing, but actually it can be in circularity, could be used for the other person. That's what we're talking about, circularity. And the most important aspect is that who owns it? Who owns the natural resources? Who owns everything what we have on the earth? It's a community. We all together. So businesses are really looking at how do you build trust. There's something called shared value. We have shared value, we have shared aspirations, we have shared growth. Everything is shared with every one of us in this earth. And if you do, some sin at one place, it will also affect it, right? If something happening in a neighboring country on emissions of, either they are burning something or they are emitting more carbon, it will also affect us, right? So the world is one. We have divided based on our own geographical boundaries, but the way the whole world, the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, what we say is the world is one. And that's why if we do not engage with our communities, we do not have a shared value of growth, that we grow and the community grows together, there will be no trust. And there's a very famous quote which says that if you do not manage your stakeholder, then the stakeholders knows how to manage you, right? That's important for how we need to engage with communities. Friends, ESG is a big bet for the investors. When investors looking at investing in companies in different markets, they look at ESG, the risk, and they price those risks. And if you're not doing well in ESG, and if you're doing wrong in ESG, I think you have all the chances probably not to get more business. The European market, the US, everywhere, India, everywhere we have more and more regulations, more and more compliances around environment, society, and how we're doing for employees and well-being of people. And that's what the markets are also doing it, right? And this way, investors are actually betting on. So there is a value of doing it. And that's why I say ESG is the power even to attract capital. And that's what investors are looking at. Friends, we have seen in India context that how the 2% CSR law came, where every single company who have some threshold of profitability, they actually looked at CSR to give 2%. But now we are looking at the whole shift about how ESG is becoming a core part of the strategy, not about the 2% profit, but how we govern the company. And what ESG means for us, it's environmental, social, and governance. All of these things is a part of running your organization. It's a part of how you actually make businesses. How do you make profit? How do you make revenue in the entire operation? And not just about your own, but also about the whole ecosystem. And that's the shift what we are seeing in. Now the big question, the big elephant in this room is about what companies we want to build. We want to build a company where our grandsons, our grandchildren will be very proud of what we have done, not just in terms of how profitable it is, but also about how we have really taken care of this earth and passed on to the future generation in a much better way, right? That's the question in front of every one of us, that how you want to build this earth again and also keep this earth alive, kicking, as well as making it better for the future. Now, ESG is not about just putting things on some tracker or some reporting mechanism, but ESG will be looked at the next few generations, few decades, and when the next generation looks at ESG after maybe 50 years or 100 years, they should not evaluate just about what mere our ESG reporting says, but ESG should translate in making this earth a better place to live in. And that's what the promise, that's what the power ESG holds for all of us. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an insightful and engaging talk. Your ideas were inspiring and gave us valuable perspectives to reflect on and act upon. Now, let us felicitate Mr. Abhishek Ranjan for his inspiring contribution and valuable presence today. Let's give him a big round of applause. I now request Kitan Kumar sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Abhishek Ranjan as a mark of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank
As
you.
always, very good. Thank you.
This is the
definitely.
first time, so obviously memorable.
You've done it, no? Earlier?
TEDx नहीं.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is from Krishna Chetty. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please, they'll give you a
of the school's ideas with a modern AI technique, the city works the best, I believe. Do you all agree with me? Let's move on further. Imagine a city with a brain. A city that feels pollution rising even before we people notice it. AI systems constantly read the air like the city's heartbeat is being monitored regularly. AI sends the dust, smoke, and chemicals in the air. So, air filters switch on automatically, city traffic slows down because means of transport has switched to eco-friendly mode. If your city could protect you without you even asking it, wouldn't that be magical? Yes, it would be fantastic. Powered with these AI designs, cities will learn to take care of themselves. Now comes my favorite part. So what we children can do to bring breath back to our city? We can ask questions, help reduce plastic waste, walk and cycle more, conserve water, plant more trees, and sometimes remind our adults when they forget. If young minds like us start to think, help, and design our cities, we will not be the future, but we will be the present, building this new future for our city. Connecting all my ideas points to my topic: how to bring breath back to our city. From now on, let's all remember the air that we inhale. It tells all of us, protect me, protect me. So today, when you leave this hall and exhale into the open air, ask yourself, is my city breathing well? And if the answer is no, then what will you do? Then promise yourself, I will help bring breath back to my city. Our TEDx theme for today is Unbox Future. I want to give the message, let's step out of the old box. This is how cities are struggling, and step into a new box. This is how we can bring breath back to our city. The final thought of my talk: bringing breath back is just the beginning. Protecting and defending it will be our mission. I, Shashwat, a fifth grader, thank each one of you for listening to me and my ideas patiently. I thank you all once again. Have a wonderful weekend ahead.
Think about that.
When the cities are struggling and getting diseases mostly because of the air. So I thought about this topic not because it sounds deep, because I want the whole world to be safe.
That's an incredible reminder for all of us, don't you think? Yes? Can we all clap for him?
instance, schools can teach today is not another formula or an explanation. It's the courage to pause and ask themselves one simple question. What is this teaching? What is this teaching? Because when students are different, they don't just perform better, they understand themselves better. And that changes everything. Before I leave, I expect this to learn something and use it.
For offering us a glimpse into possibilities.
All right. Thank you so much for taking us through the journey of pause and reflection, something that we all need to consider, especially with the busy lives we have. I did wonder though, this is your first time speaking on a TEDx platform. Can you just share your experience in one word if you're able to?
Well, I just gave my topic of my section. Because I paused and like I thought of it, but I reflected. And that helped me see that this opportunity is very rare. And when I reflected, it helped me notice that I need to that this school has provided me with and I'm really happy.
So much for that, Lakshmi. I hope all of us, this leads all of us into reflections as well.
Now let's take this for the exceptional work and inspiring presence today. Now I request Mr. Ravindra to thank you for this art of
ಸರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ
I did not plan my career. In fact, if you look at my resume, it looks like a mistake. How many of you feel that way when you look at your own resume? Raise your hand, be honest. I started my career as a CNC machine operator, standing on a shop floor, working with machines, oil stained hands, and night shifts. No one there talked about leadership, innovation, or the future. The expectation was simple. This is your box, stay in it. But today, I want to tell you something important. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Careers are not meant to grow in straight lines. They grow when we are brave enough to step outside the box. The box we are given from a very young age. We are taught a dangerous idea. Choose one path, stick to it, don't deviate, don't fail. If you change, society calls it confusion, instability, failure. But let me ask you this. Did growth ever happen in a straight line? Not in nature, not in learning, not in life. Even our ECG report does not show a straight line, because if it does, you know what that means. My first unboxing moment from machine to mind. I come from a humble middle class family. My father was a farmer, my mother is a homemaker. My parents had never been to school and they both were uneducated. But they made sure that my brother, my sister, and I got the education. What we didn't have privilege, but we had values. What they gave me was not wealth, but resilience. I started working early, not with the dreams of white collar jobs, but with a need to survive. As a CNC machine operator, I learned one powerful lesson. The mastery comes from the ground up. But inside me, a question kept growing. Is this all I am capable of? Have you ever asked yourself that question? That question was my first unboxing. I decided to learn design. No roadmap, no goal, just courage. People asked me why to leave a stable job, why to take a risk, why to start over again. But growth always looks risky from the outside. That decision moved me from shop floor to becoming a design engineer. In 2010, I joined a noted organization in the field as a design engineer. I used to support for air compressor business. In 2014, I transitioned to club car. And today, I work as a project manager. If you look at my journey, each move looked like a deviation. But in reality, it was an alignment. My second unboxing moment. Failure is not the opposite of success. One day, during year-end meeting at my office, there were 100 people in the room. Our manager suddenly called me onto the stage and he asked me to share my experiences. I was scared and shivering, unable to speak in English. I tried to speak a few words, but I failed miserably and I made mistakes. People laughed at me. That day, I felt myself ashamed. I had studied in Kannada medium school in my village, and I never really learned to speak English confidently. That made me to join a globally public speaking community. I joined community unlike others. My purpose was to improve my English grammar and learn how to speak in English. First day, I failed. I failed while introducing myself. I was nervous and could not utter a word. The same continued as I delivered my first icebreaker speech. I could not complete it. And finally, I read from the seat. And today, I failed again and again. The more I failed, the more I became persistent to achieve my dream. Today, I am standing before you because of a community. Failures did not stop me, it refined me. My third unboxing moment, leadership without a title. At one point in my career, I was managing a team with a massive target in front of us. Tight schedule, high pressure. Every day, I used to juggling between multiple roles, assigning tasks, reviewing drawings, and managing stakeholders. This is where the old box would say, work harder, touch longer. But the pressure does not create solutions. Instead, I unboxed a new approach. Control, like chaos over control, and facts over chaos. And we made sure that we break the goals into milestones, we aligned stakeholders, and we communicated openly, and we delivered. That's when I learned leadership is not about authority, it's about responsibility. The future is not linear. The future does not belong to the most qualified, the most experienced, and the most confident. The future belongs to the most who are adaptable. The jobs of tomorrow do not exist today. So how can we prepare with yesterday's thinking? Linear careers are an old idea in a non-linear world. Unbox the future. From my journey, I learned something important. We don't need perfect plans, we need better thinking. I created a simple framework called Unbox. You in Unbox is unlearn labels. You are not your first job, you are not your background, you are not your failures. N in Unbox is navigate change. Changes are not a threat. It's an opportunity. B in Unbox is build continuously. Skills compound. Learning never expires. So keep learning new skills. O in Unbox is own the responsibility. When you take responsibility, you take control. X in Unbox is expand your vision. If you can imagine more, you can become more. What you think, you become. Why this matters? I am married. I have two daughters. One in studying in 7th grade and other one in 3rd grade. When they ask me, Papa, what should I become? I don't tell them engineer, doctor, or chartered accountant. I say them become learners, become brave, become adaptable. because the future is not which we are going to enter, the future we are going to create. Unbox your future. Let me leave you with this. If your life feels stuck, if your career feels confusing, if your path feels messy, you are not failing, you are unboxing. Your future is not inside a box, it's waiting for you to open it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for reinforcing the value of lifelong learning, for shaping ideas of all of us.
Good morning, ma'am.
All the
Thanks.
I have a lot of
Mhm.
going to plan. There was one thing. What would
Sure, ma'am. Looking at today's world and trend, even I will tell this to my daughters. I think we are at very kind of important era. Students and even including my daughters, make sure that use your time properly. There are multiple ways you can waste your time or engage in some other thing, but make sure that you utilize time where it would help to your career. Recently, you might have seen a 13-year-old who pitched in Shark Tank and got 60 lakh for his business, and he's into AI and he's just 13 years old. And my daughters, I'm not complaining, but like what we want to do in life, that we have to focus. It's okay to spend time watching Women's Premium League and Big Boss, but does those really help us? Rather than spending 20 minutes watching Big Boss and some other thing, watch TED Talks, listen to podcasts, understand ideas from different people so that we can learn and achieve what we want. So my humble request is, and thanks to organizing like management committee, management team, and all TEDx committee to giving me an opportunity. I know how much effort it takes to put in this big event, and thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. I am always blessed to be a part of this Soundarya community. I am a father of two daughters who are studying in Soundarya Central School. So please make sure that you utilize your time at your fullest and be something exceptional in life. You don't have to be in crowd. I would love you to be stand outside the crowd. Thank you so much.
Ladies
Tegila?
When I told people that I'm going to do a TEDx talk, everyone around me reacted as if I had announced I'm going to be the next Prime Minister. Yes, even my parents, they told me, TEDx, beta, do not tell anything controversial, okay? My friends told me, Rida, don't go viral for any wrong reason. But that's funny though, because that's exactly why I'm here. I've always been that kind of student who raised hands at wrong times, asked the questions no one ever wanted to hear, and exposed the fact that half the rules around us are running on just because I said so energy. Honestly, if questioning things is making me a problem, then I guess I was born a beautiful problem. And since today's theme is unboxing futures, I thought it's time we unbox something people avoid the most. Any guesses? Well, the norms we follow without even thinking. And I didn't choose this topic because it sounds deep. I chose it because questioning norms is the reason I am standing here today. Most of us must have heard people tell, or let me be specific. I grew up hearing things like, this is just how things are. Do not ask too many questions, or just follow what everyone else is doing. And for a long time, I did. But until one day, I realized something important, that the world, it does not reward obedience, it rewards awareness. There was a moment, okay, that may sound simple to most of you, but it is a little unforgettable for me. You know, someone older to me made a rule for me, a rule that didn't make any sense at all, a rule that was just a tradition and not logic. And for the very first time, instead of quietly accepting it, I asked, why? Why do I have to accept it? Not to disrespect or not to fight, but to understand. And the silence I got back told me something big, that these norms aren't existing because they are right. They're existing because no one has ever challenged them yet. And that was the moment I realized that if I wanted to unbox my future, then I must first unbox my thinking. And that is exactly what I'm going to speak on this stage today. Let's think about this together. How do you think we can unbox our futures when our presents are locked inside norms, traditions, expectations, and the way the things have always been? The answer is simple. Every future or every world that changed started with someone questioning a norm. Like, look, electricity, it existed for millions of years. Gravity, it existed forever. But they only became discoveries when someone said, why does this happen? Revolutions only began when someone whispered, why do we live like this? And innovations exploded when someone said, why not another way? So today, I want to talk not just about questioning norms, but about how questioning is the key to unboxing a future that is bigger, that is freer, and that is smarter than the one we have inherited. Actually, norms are like those invisible softwares that are installed in our mind. They keep running in the background and we follow them without even thinking. Norms are telling us what is right and what is wrong. Norms tells us this is what confidence looks like. Anything else is arrogance. This is the kind of dream that is realistic enough to be acceptable. This is how much you should post on social media to seem active and not an attention seeker. But here's the problem. Some norms were created for a world that no longer exists. Yet, we're still using them to shape a world that has completely changed. This mismatch creates confusion, limitation, and anxiety. But we pretend like everything is fine, everything is normal. Let me tell you all something powerful. Normal is not always right. Normal is simply repeated, because all of us are living in a generation now where information, it doubles every 12 hours. But you look at the mindset of people. Some haven't changed in like 200 years now. We have 5G internet. But those 19th century rules of what a girl can be still not changed. Have AI. But we still judge career based on marks and not curiosity. We talk about futures. But don't you all think that we're still held back by those expectations that were designed in past? This mismatch is dangerous. Not because norms are bad, because we are following these norms blindly. I must agree to this. I'll be true. I question norms because I wanted a future to look like mine. I mean, not at all a recycled version of someone else's script. And I believe that every young person deserves that freedom to unbox and choose their own future. Because unboxing futures is not at all about predicting it, but it's about creating a mindset that helps us to build it. When we question norms, three things happen. First, we stop living on an autopilot because most of us are living life like a default setting nowadays. Second, we start designing our own path. That is, when we ask why, it's often we begin to choose. But when we ask why not, that is when we begin to create. Third, we make space for innovation because innovation do not come from intelligence, it comes from curiosity. And what do you think curiosity begins with? Well, curiosity begins with questioning. Yes, I agree that questioning it can be a little uncomfortable because we're getting labeled as overthinkers, too rebellious, too bold, or too young to know anything. But in this time, I understood something important, that if questioning norms is making people uncomfortable, then don't you think that the answers are threatening the system they're comfortable in? Yes, and I believe that every future needs people who are willing to shake that system a little. And history is full of people who simply refuse to accept what was called normal. I'll give you an example. Malala Yousafzai, she questioned the norms of girls not being allowed to study. She asked, why can't girls go to school? In a place where questioning that norm was life threatening, or why didn't just unbox her future, but unbox the future of millions of girls around the world. Now, because I gave you all the problem, let me give you a secret method I created for my own experience. And I call it the 3-question framework that helps to unbox futures and mindset. First, always question the origin. Always ask, who created this norm and for what world? Second, always question the impact. Ask, does this help me grow or is it limiting me? Third, always question the alternative. Ask, not this, then what? Because true changes do not happen by breaking it. True changes happen by replacing it with something better. And every future needs people who are ready to shake that system a little. And future will always belong to those who are ready to think independently, break old boxes and build new ones. And the world do not need more people who can tell yes, but they need more people who can ask why and why not. Because these two are the chisels that carves future possibilities. You do not need stage. You do not need permission. Or you do not need to be older, do not need to be ready. But you just need one thing, that is curiosity. Because curiosity is stronger than any fear inside you. So today, while you guys are leaving, do not carry my speech with you. Honestly, I'm not giving you all any homework. But just carry one tiny little annoying voice in your head that asks why at wrong times. And trust me, it's life changing. Because next time someone tells you that this is just how things are, I hope you smile, tilt your head a little, and say, okay, but who decided it? And Were they even awake when they decided it? Because that's the moment everything will shift. That's the moment you stop being a follower and start being that kind of person your future is actually proud of. That's the moment you stop fitting into a world and start shaping it back. And maybe one day someone will look at you and say, wow, because of you, I asked the question I was scared to ask. Honestly, if that happens, congratulations to all of you. You didn't just unbox your future, but you went ahead and ripped the whole box open. So today, before I leave, one last thing. Remember, never stop being beautifully inconvenient to these outdated norms. Thank you so much.
Let us know. And I honestly love questions. But even though the what is the
Not questioning, uh, I don't have any fun question to ask, but it's just a thought. Never stop being beautifully inconvenient to these outdated norms, because I have always noticed that regular pattern of people in life, that people are not real anymore. They are just moving ahead with inherited ideas. And I believe that those inherited ideas wouldn't unbox futures.
Hi everybody, good morning. My name is Priya Amoghavarsha. Today, I want to talk about something all have experienced in our everyday life, and that is learning without realizing. We learn in many ways. One really interesting way we learn is through our body, and exactly what I'll be talking about today. Learning through muscle memory. Now, this type of learning happens slowly. You don't notice it at first, but one day you suddenly realize you can do it without thinking. Learning muscle memory. When we hear the word learning, we usually think of school, homework, or examination. But learning does not stop with ends. We can learn everywhere, at home, on a playground, also while traveling. Sometimes we don't even realize we're learning, but it's still happening in the background. For example, I learned to swim a year ago. Initially,
I was afraid of water. But my coach didn't give up on me, trained me, and now, even after a year, I remember how to swim. This is what we call as muscle memory. Muscle memory is when our muscles remember how to do because we have done it many times already. Have you ever felt this? At first, we have to think about our every movement, but practice, our muscles remember the movement on their own. Learning to ride a bicycle is a great example too. In the beginning, fall, lose balance, get hurt, or maybe even want to give up. But each time we try again, our body learns a little more. And with enough practice, we can learn a bicycle without remembering balance at all. Learning is improving step by step. Mistakes, they are normal part of learning. When we make a mistake, our body learns what not to do. And with enough practice, those mistakes slowly disappear. This shows us that learning doesn't mean being perfect. It means improving step by step. Regular practice always helps us. Think about all things we did not know and felt really difficult in the beginning. But with constant practice, we can now write, sing, dance, play naturally. We don't need to think much anymore. It happens automatically. Learning works best. Mind and body works together. Practice turns learning into habit. Once something's a habit, it feels easy and natural. Learning happens even when we don't notice. Sometimes muscle memory shows us that we are still learning, but we don't. But why does this matter? Because learning isn't always obvious. Sometimes it happens quietly through practice and repetition. So, next time something feels hard, remember, learning is still happening. Don't stress out. You just need more time and practice. Also, learning does not show results in the beginning itself. Sometimes it requires time, practice, and repetition. But every single effort counts. Thank you.
Hi, Lance. That was such a inspiring talk about learning. You know what I learned recently? Do you have any idea about it?
No.
Recently, I learned how to make a perfect round dosa, which is a great achievement for me. So, I have a question for you. What is something that you have very recently learned?
Swimming.
Sorry?
Swimming.
Swimming, that's great. It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you enjoy swimming?
Of course.
Of course. That's so good to know. Can we have one more round of applause?
I will request Rupaman to kindly felicitate Vishnupriya Mukherjee as mark of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Very good.
Please moving on.
Yes. Hi.
As we come to the close of this intellectually enriching session, we pause with gratitude. Today, ideas were not merely spoken, they were planted. Each speaker offered us a lens through which to view the world with greater clarity, courage, and compassion.
We extend our heartfelt thanks to our dignitaries, speakers, organizers, teachers, and parents and students for contributing to the spirit and success of this TEDx event. May the ideas shared today continue to resonate, inspire reflection, and guide thoughtful action long after we leave this hall.
The second session of the program will begin at 11:50 a.m.
We kindly request everyone to be seated by 11:40 as the doors will be closed by 11:45.
Before we continue with the next set of ideas, it's time for a short refreshment break. Refreshments are waiting for you on the third floor. I request Soundarya Central School students to stay back for some instructions which will be given.
Thank you for your cooperation. Once again, thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
ಏನೈತೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ
Students, please be seated. Dance students, your performance is in the end. Music students can come forward. So after your musical performance, you will go and sit back in your place. You will not move around.
Respected guests, teachers, parents, and dear audience members. I'm Gautam.
And I'm Kushi, and we warmly welcome each one of you to session 2 of TEDx, a space where ideas challenge limits, spark dialogue, and invite us to imagine what lies beyond the familiar.
Today's session continues this journey of thought, courage, and possibility, reminding us that powerful ideas often begin with a single question.
TEDx is not just about ideas that sound impressive, it is about ideas that stay with us, question us, and quietly reshape the way we see the world.
In this session, we will hear voices that come from experience, curiosity, creativity, and conviction, Each speaker brings a unique lens, but all share one belief that the future is shaped by those who dare to think differently.
Before we move into our speaker sessions, let us pause and allow music to set the tone. Music speaks where words pause and emotions find its voice.
We invite you to enjoy a soulful song performance that adds melody to our thoughts and warmth to the ideas we're about to hear. To help everyone enjoy the program without interruptions, we request you to please keep your mobile phones on silent, airplane mode, or switched off.
We request you all not to take any photos or videos as it will interrupt the live stream on YouTube. Your awards video will be shared later on. The students are requested not to leave the hall once the event starts, and please maintain silence at all times.
Morning, everyone. We are Soundarya School Band, and we are going to be taking you through a small musical journey, presenting the warmth of Bruno Mars. Hope you enjoy. Thank you.
If you ever find yourself stuck in the middle of the sea, the world finds you. You'll find yourself lost in the dark and you can't see. I'll be the light to guide you.
Find out what we're made of when we are called to help our friends in need. You can count on me like 1, 2, 3. And I know when I need it, I can count on you. 4, 3, 2. 'Cause that's all friends are supposed to do. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Touch that
What you really mean to me. And I know when I need it, I can count on you. Show them you can count on me like I need yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Thank you for that wonderful performance. We thoroughly enjoyed it.
Please give them a big round of applause. Audience, it is a humble request to not take videos or pics. Kindly cooperate. Our first speaker is a distinguished leader whose journey brings heritage, innovation, and purpose. Dr. C. Vinod Hayagreev is a managing director and a director of C. Krishnaya Chetty Group of Jewelers, a trained gemologist, industry thought leader, and a committed philanthropist. He is known for steering a legacy brand with modern vision. His work reflects excellence, ethical leadership, and a deep sense of social responsibility. Please welcome Dr. C. Vinod Hayagreev to the TEDx stage.
I would be speaking about something that world of longevity. We're talking about secrets of sesquicentennial and tricentennial brands or organizations. I'm Vinod Hayagreev, Managing Director of a company that deals in jewelry. and how each of us can be tailoring our organizations that we either work in, own it, or be part of to last beyond our life. What we are here talking about is a word that's called centenary. We all know centenary, which is 100 years old. We know sesquicentennial, which is 150 years old. And we are now talking about a new word, which is rarely used. It's called centenary. What it means is that how does one make a plan to last 300 years? East India Company, as all of you know, ruled India for 200 years. East India Company had the blessings of the Queen of England. In spite of that, they lasted 200 and then perished. Similarly, but differently, State Bank of India, which was earlier the Bank of Calcutta, became State Bank of India, and now 220 years. And still thriving, still successful in the country as the #1 bank of India. I recently walked into a bookstore in London at Piccadilly called Hatchard's. Hatchard's is a bookstore, a small bookstore, a medium-sized bookstore actually, that sells only books. When I went in there, I was a little surprised how in a world of digital books sellers are doing well. When I walked into the store, there was a little carpet in the front which said Hatchard's 220 years or 1797. It caught my eye that how does a bookstore last in the same location for so long and still doing well, because there were lots of people in the store buying books. Similarly, a gun manufacturer, a wonderful manufacturer of artistic guns called Beretta, is 500 years old. I'm intrigued. What did they do right? Of course, if you look at the gun on the screen, you would see they're very, very artistically crafted. What are the secrets of a centenary organization? An organization that lasts 200 or 300 years. David Fluff is the architect of Obama's win in 2008, the first presidential election in the United States. When I first met him here in Bangalore, after a dinner, I asked him, David, tell me, what is the secret of a lasting organization? Very crisply, he said, they are like ocean liners. Organizations are like ocean liners. They sail in the high seas, in calm waters, sometimes in rough seas, but all the time sailing. Now, an ocean liner is so large, they're not small boats, but even a small boat is important. I will come to it a little later. Large organizations cannot take 90-degree turns. If it needs to turn, it turns very slowly in a curvaceous manner. That way, the ship is not going to capsize. This is important even in organizations. Therefore, what is the purpose of business? A purpose of a business has to be understood by anyone who's working in the business, who are leading the business, or in any way floating a business. One needs to understand what is the organization's history, whether it is a business organization, a social service organization, an educational institution, any kind of workplace needs to understand the history. This particular image here is of an organization that's about 155 years old, still thriving. When you go back into studying the history, you have to understand the core philosophy of the founders. Who founded the organization? When was it founded? What was the purpose for which he or she had founded the organization? What are the philosophies? What is the core philosophy? Everybody has a core philosophy. Every organization has a core philosophy. What is that core philosophy? You've got to delve deeper into the fabric of that organization to understand. Similarly, what is a product or a service that they are dishing out to people. Is it a profit motive organization? Is it a non-profit organization? Is it a high profit? Is it a low profit? You need to understand what is the basis of that founding fathers of an organization. Similarly, what is the social motive? Is there a social motive? Then you also speak about scale of operations. Is it a place that's serving the community in that locality of a city or a town or a village? Or is it something that's spread over the state, the country, the globe, the continent? What kind of areas of operations does it have? How big or small is the organization? And thereafter, once you understand background of the purpose, you are in a better place to go forward. That was one of my primary objectives when I stepped into my organization that I am working now for about 40 years. Is the first few years was to understand what's behind the organization, what's the history of the organization, what is the core purpose. And that doesn't come written anywhere. It has to be discussed with the leaders of the organization and find out. You'll get to understand the real leadership thought process. And the leadership thought process also has to learn from their leaders, and so on, it goes on. Several organizations in the world have many generations working. 1, 2, 3. The longer the age of the organization, the more number of generations there would be that organization. Therefore, there would be a generational conflict. There would be. It would be impossible for us to think there would not be a conflict. But how we deal with those conflicts, how do we handle some of these generational differences, the new age versus the old age, and so on. Should the business thrive and last? That's another question that I've always been asked. Why should a business last? Because there is history behind, or there would be history to be made in the future. This is the Royal House of Mysore, where they've lasted here in South India for over 500 years. No doubt they had a little gap in their ruling when the Tipu Sultan conquered their territory, but the British came and defeated the Tipu Sultan, and then the Mysore royal family continued to rule the state. Now it's a democracy and it's part of India. But what I'm trying to say is that you need to know the history of what happened in the past. That gives you a great perspective. What is the purpose of the business? When you look at organizations, there is a purpose. Now, in this particular case, it's an educational purpose where the organization wants to impart education as part of their activities. They're doing something else, but they also want to educate. There is a possibility in large organizations, as time goes by, you're going to focus on various different areas. For example, there's a trading activity, there's a manufacturing activity, there's an export activity, there's something else. But you also have to find out if there is something else beyond what is available to the eye. That, in this particular case, I'm talking about, they have a core focus to impart education to the lesser privileged, or for those who need education at low cost or no cost. What, therefore, is important is to find out what is the soul of the business. Most often, it's money making. We all know money makes the world go round, but there is something else. That's the culture. That's the fabric below the fabric. That makes a difference. Is it a personal benefit or is it a larger purpose? What happens as time goes by is that there would be multitude of mental outlooks that come in. People study in different universities, different schools, different parts of the world. Japanese education is different from an American education, different from a UK, different from India. The question is, how do we bring all of that alignment into an organization that had multitude of outlook and multitude of ages? There would be conflicts, but the conflict should be such that it is something that one needs to resolve, irrespective of what the conflict is. Because at the end of the day, what's important is that we need to go above ourselves for the benefit of an organization. Quite often I'm asked, if there are multitude of thought processes of multitude of generations, how does one progress? Can I go into something else? The answer has been, the answer to me, yes, it's possible, so long as it kind of comes within the ambit of the overall core purpose or the core design. If that is the case, an allied part of the business or the organization can be happening. For example, if the bookseller in London was selling 220 years of books, they can go into digital books because it is still part of their core. But if they had to start making furniture, or if they had to make cars, it would be very different. It would shake the organization's philosophy. It would shake the organization's capability to handle something so diverse. Therefore, good leaders in an organization never rock the boat. There are 100 people in the boat rowing. I think there is to be a synergy. All of them have to row the same direction. If they think, I'm just one of 100 and I want to go the other way around, you're going to disrupt operations. That's why I say leaders never rock the boat. I believe organizations must be built to last. Why? Take, for example, the gun-making company, or take an example of Rolls-Royce cars that they make. They've been making cars for decades. They've been taken over by BMW today. BMW makes engines, puts them into the same design as a Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce car is valued more than a BMW. It's the same engine. It could be the same gearbox, but there's something that's different, and that is the culture and the history and the value and the prestige that Rolls-Royce brought to the table. That, to me, is so important. Build a business or you continue your business. Rolls-Royce, for example, till date has commanded the highest prices for cars, and they have a culture of great delivery. BMW does have it, and other cars do have it, but out of all of them, one brand stands. So therefore, we are talking about the longevity of organization of very great importance. That philosophy must be lived every day in every organization. If that is lived, you live the brand, as we call it, not work in the brand. You live the brand. You inculcate the brand into your personal life. You are the brand. That means if there are 100,000 people working in an organization, or 5,000 people, or 10,000 people, or 1,000 people, everybody needs to live the brand. If they has a different, disconnect, time that they either bring their alignment or they get out of that, because if they remain with a misalignment, then it's a dangerous aspect for the organization and for themselves. So this is something that I thought I would share from my personal example, because that's how I've inculcated my own self into the organization that I work in. I found when I speak to other industrialists and other people in this country and around the world, I found the same underlying principle. That's alignment, alignment. Thank you very much.
Word. But it all just narrowed down to something good at the top. And consider that what according to you, or what
It's like having children in the family, and there is no child who is not a favorite of yours. So all gemstones, as long as they're natural, rather than made in a factory, the natural ones are the best, even in spite of all the AI that's going on.
all of us consider.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I now request all of you answer to kindly felicitate Dr. Stephen Hagrid as a mark of appreciation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The camera.
Meet Ms. Manogna PH. Someone is the limit is only until your question. Currently navigating.
Testing. Breaking news. A mysterious condition is spreading rapidly in classrooms, lecture halls, and office desks around the world. And shockingly, it has been present for centuries, silently passing from one generation to the next. Even the world's greatest scientists, inventors, writers, and artists have shown symptoms of this condition. People have been seen drawing circles during meetings, filling the margins of their notebooks with strange patterns, and even bringing stick figures to life during long lectures. Can you believe some even managed to turn their boredom into ideas without even realizing it? Now, before you panic, no, it's not contagious, and no, you don't need medication. In fact, if you ever found yourself doodling during a boring class, congratulations! You're not lazy, you're not distracted, and no, you aren't wasting time. In fact, you have something that I like to call doodle mania. And your brain is doing exactly what it was designed to do, work. You may ask me, how is this possible? Well, that's what I'm here for today. Hi, I'm Manogna BH, and today I'll be talking about why doodling is not a distraction. Growing up, I'm pretty sure all of us have heard the same sentence over and over again. Stop doodling, pay attention. But what if I told you? Doodling is how some of us pay attention. Think about it. Our brain doesn't like being completely still for long periods of time. When we try to force focus, our mind starts to wander. We start to daydream, make up imaginative conversations, or even start asking ourselves, what's for lunch? But when we doodle, strange lines, irregular shapes, we give that restless part of our brain something to do. And that's when thinking part of our brain doesn't wander off to a faraway land. When our hands are lightly busy, our mind stays present. We listen more carefully, remember more clearly. It's kind of like handing your brain a stress ball. Doodling is not a distraction, it's a bridge between boredom and focus. And now, wait, I'm looking at everybody in the crowd, and all of you have looks of suspicion all over your faces. If you don't believe me, let me introduce you to a few people who turned their discoveries from just a small scribble in the corner of their page. First, it's Stanislaw Ulam. In the 1950s, he was a Polish mathematician and he was attending a dull conference. Like the most of us, his mind started to wander. So he started to doodle. He drew a spiral and wrote numbers in it. He circled all the prime numbers. And that's when he discovered something Shocking. That spiral had a unique pattern of diagonal that later led to the discovery of the Ulam spiral, a complex visual representation of prime numbers that mathematicians still study till today. Now, I just want to clarify one thing. He wasn't in a high tech lab or intensely focused. All he had was a pen, a margin, and a bored mind, and that's all he ever needed. The next person I think is a fan favorite. Meet J.K. Rowling. When she was writing the Harry Potter series, she didn't write lengthy pages of text. She doodled characters, family trees, settings, and relationships. This helped her keep track of a complex fictional world while also maintaining clarity and consistency. Next, it's artist Nicola Scott. When she was talking on the phone, she found herself repeatedly doodling Wonder Woman's. That is when she realized what she wanted her art to depict. This led to her successful career as a comic book illustrator, who's known for drawing some of the world's most iconic superheroes. If you guys still don't believe me, take me as an example. This has even happened to me. So, here's the scene. It was a slow Sunday and I was procrastinating, like all professionals do. And that's when I found myself picking up a pen and doodling a circle with something that looks like a circle. Trust me when I tell you, if my math teacher saw this, she would demand early retirement. But then this circle grew legs. It got a friend and then became a blueprint for an aquatic organizer. And before you guys judge my drawing skills, I was 7 when I drew it. And this made me realize ideas don't come in the form of a masterpiece. They sneak in as a silly little scribble in the corner of our page. Now, let me ask you something. Do you find it easier to learn how the human heart works with a long text or just a simple label type? Well, I found my answer back in grade 7. The diagram stayed, the paragraph did not, because we don't learn to straight lines. We learn to touch, sight, and experience. This is something our education system needs to recognize, especially for our generation. I mean, come on. We are Gen Z. We don't think in straight lines. We think in our own chaotic and marvelous ways. Now, imagine if our classrooms were built for that. Chemistry, where atoms and molecules aren't just trapped in our textbook, but come out alive as models which we can change to our heart's content. Biology, where cells aren't just trapped as diagrams in our classwork, but come out as living samples under a microscope. History, where battles aren't just dates to memorize, but places to explore, choices to debate, and consequences to face. Language, where characters aren't just trapped in the four walls of our textbook, but they come out alive and spark our imagination. This is not entertainment. This is understanding. The moment learning becomes alive, visual, and interactive, it stops being something that we memorize for tests and becomes something we remember forever. And to think, this all started with a doodle. Those tiny scribbles we draw in the corners of our pages, they become ideas. Ideas become discoveries. Discoveries unbox the future. Doodling is not a sign that our mind has wandered off to a faraway land. It's a sign that it's trying to stay present. So, the next time somebody tells you to stop doodling and pay attention, smile because you already are. The world does not change by people who think in straight lines. It changes when people bring out ideas to their own crooked, chaotic scribbles full of possibilities. So, pick up your pen, fill the margin, and let your imagination spill out. After all, no box has ever been big enough to contain an idea started off as a doodle. Thank you.
Thank you, Manokna, for such a powerful sharing of ideas. Perspective challenges to beyond boundaries and believe in possibilities. Now, Mr. Mahabaleshwar Tunga, the principal of.
Hi, thank you so much, dear. Hi, Navna.
Hello, ma'am.
I hope you had a good time with your speech.
Yes.
Yes. You introduced another law to me. I thought Newton's law was the last one that I had to learn.
No.
You know, clearly not. Okay. Since you were talking so much about doodling and your creativity, I thought it is only fair for you to have a piece of paper to draw one small thing and show it to your stage before we get.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead.
I think I invented a new microorganism. I don't know what to
I
do.
think she did invent a new microorganism. So may her speech and her drawing encourage all of you to doodle more. Thank you so much.
Applause for Manokna. Thank you so much.
Okay, to hold.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, sir.
What's best?
First love, that is your art, your passion, the one thing that made your soul feel at home. Now, let me tell you a little story. There was once a little girl who was constantly told she was too much, that she was too bold, that she talked too much, that she was just seeking attention. She wasn't exactly society approved. Now, like many little girls, she doubted herself, pressurized herself, and tried to, mold herself into everyone's idea of perfection. And in that exhausting chase, she almost lost herself. But there was one place in the entire world where she felt safe, a place where she could release her consuming stress, a place which taught her how strong and capable her body actually was. That place, that home, was dance. The stage, her canvas, the steps, her paint, she created art. And in return, dancing healed her. It stitched her confidence back together and turned her insecurity into strength. The girl who once looked in the mirror with doubt now loves and is proud of the girl she sees. If you haven't guessed it yet, the girl is me. Now, through a show of hands, how many of you can relate to feeling unheard, unseen, too much, not enough? How many of you have been there? I was there too. And then dance happened. Now I ask you to remember that feeling, that tiny spark of joy, how you smiled after finishing a painting, baking a dish, or sang your lungs out to your favorite song. And yes, singing in the shower counts as well. You see, that joy isn't random. It's healing. It's therapy disguised as creativity. So, for my futuristic idea today, I want art to be in mainstream healthcare, especially mental health care. In an era where students and teenagers carry the weight of comparison, self doubt, lack of confidence, it is so important for us to understand ourselves and prioritize ourselves. Instead of treating our mental issues as flaws, what if we found simple solutions? Here's what I believe: our art, our passion is the medicine we need. So, like I said, instead of treating our mental issues as flaws, what if we saw them as signals? Signals telling us, find your outlet, find your healing, find your art. Here's my dream: healing centers in every single city, not clinical, intimidating buildings, but warm and welcoming spaces dedicated to different forms of art. A dance dome where movement is medicine, a music garden where music becomes therapy, or maybe a sports center where you can release your consuming anger and stress, in a healthy way, guys, without punching the guy next to you. You see, when our healing spaces become happy, they help us heal better. Imagine healing centers with nature's murals instead of blank white walls. Now, research suggests that these murals help calm down our amygdala, which is responsible in releasing our stress enzyme. This also reduces our anxiety. Now, healing centers like these also help in reducing our anxiety, which helps improve and reduce the patient's recovery period. Moving on, I want to talk about public transport and its relevance. You see, as a student myself, it is not lost on me the chaos that is traveling in public transport. Now, ladies, we have all definitely had that one situation where you step onto the bus and there is this one person at the back staring into your soul. How many of you have been there? Relatable, I know. Then there is the matter of crowded public transport. People packed and holding on to anything and everything for dear life. This one woman digging her elbow into your side, and the conductor constantly blowing his whistle in your ear. How many of you have been there? Now, what if we integrated public transport into our vision? Healing buses and metros. Healing buses and metros having calming art panels, positive messages instead of advertisements asking us to buy something screaming at us. Sound therapy rides, select coaches offering gentle instrumental music. So, a stressed corporate worker or a student doesn't arrive to their destination more stressed than when they began their journey. You see, when public transport becomes a part of our healing journey, a simple ride to office or school becomes a moment of peace. Our art isn't limited to theaters and studios. It lives on our walls, on our streets, and in our hearts. Moving on, I want to give you some tips. Tips I have gained from my vast experience of being a teenage girl. I am almost 18, a mini adult. At least that's what my mom calls me when she wants me to do the chores. You see, tip number one, find your art, find your calling, not what you have to do, not what you are obligated to do, but what you love. Tip number two, you do not have to be perfect. You do not have to be good to start. You just have to start. Number three, it will be just you and your art together, building the person your little self would look up to. Tip number four, your opinion matters the most. You do not have to explain why you love your art. You see, our art has always been a source of happiness for us, but it's time to realize that it's a source of healing too. Through dance, writing, music, we release emotions we don't know how to put into words. We find confidence, we find self strength, we find all of these things. Our art helps us not by telling us that we are perfect, but by showing us that we are enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheshna.
Hi, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Okay. Question that I have for you is actually coming from a dance.
Oh,
Okay. Considering that, not me.
okay.
Not me. I hope your center is the place that I can learn to dance.
Yes, definitely.
But yes, considering that dance is something that has changed your life, what would be the one dance piece that you go back to always and why? There's something like
You see, as a dancer, there are various aspects in dance, and for me, I've always been better at emotions or expressing. So there is this one piece which I learned as a child called Kadabola Tarenna Chinnave, which is a Bharatanatyam piece. That might be one piece I might perform at every single moment of my life. Anytime you play the music, I would jump up on stage and perform that piece for you.
perfect. I hope I see you do that.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
I now request Ms. Shesha Prashant as a mark of appreciation. Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you so much,
Well
ma'am.
done.
Thank you. Might need to hold that. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Advocate for inclusion. Please put your hands together to welcome Shreya to the TEDx.
For a moment, I'm going to ask you all to just rise and take a deep breath and think of the things that come to your mind when I speak the following words: certain, independent, caring, nurturing, empathetic, compassionate, decisive, powerful. Open your eyes. Tell me, as I said each of these words, you had in mind a man or a woman. We see our world in the text and context of the binary. We think that certain traits belong to certain genders. We've been told walk like a girl, sit like a girl, talk like a girl, behave like a girl. We've also been told as boys, cry like a girl. What does that do to us? what does that build in us? It builds in us the idea that certain traits are powerful, are strong, belong to a certain gender, and certain other traits are kind, belong to another. My invite to all of you today is to take a moment and think of what it would give you. You could open up these boxes, step out of them, and step into what I call capacity, capability, and choice. That's what I'm going to be speaking about today. Let's unbox those futures that we have locked inside little spaces. Let's look at ideas that transcend the construct of convention that's been beaten down on us over years. Let's also look at what vision looks like beyond limits. Radical truth, radical honesty, and radical being belongs to those that are willing to break those rules. When you break the rule of the masculine and the feminine as beaten down to us over years of convention, what happens? Think for a moment as to who gave you the rule book, who decided what was okay, what was not okay, who decided that this was the design we had to follow. I have never fit into that design. I've always been told I'm too aggressive. I've always been told I'm bossy. I've been told I'm a bully. And for a moment, I think to myself, what if I was not those things? If only my gender were to be different, how would I be perceived? So when we break this rule book down and when we look deeper and closer, what happens is we are being conditioned a certain way. We're being given propaganda to believe that the world is a. There was a little visual of a girl sitting in front of a magazine open in front of her, holding her little belly, roll, and with a scissor held to the belly. What are we building our children to grow into? That our appearance as women have to be a certain way for us, a certain way. That zero size figures and six-pack abs should define our being attractive. Continue on in this narrative and look at leadership models. What if ambition looked different, different genders? Yes. An ambitious man is a powerful thing. An ambitious woman is almost problematic. And that's how we perceive it. Does that have a penalty? It does. And there's a book called The Ambition Penalty by Stephanie Rodriguez, talks about the penalties that women pay for being ambitious. I would seek to find that book, that book delves deeper into this construct. What if all of us were equally only given half the? What if everything that was in access to us was withheld because they said, no, because you're a boy. This is not how you should be. What if this false binary of this construct that we've created is what is limiting us from accessing something that I call range? What if we had the range of human emotion, behavior, human traits, human access available to us? What would that look like? Why do we mistake style for strength? Why do we mistake what the masculine is should not be represented and taken on and lived by the feminine? Again, I ask you to question the rule book. Instead of being used as tools, we're being told to use these specific to our genders and what belongs in this so-called approval that we're constantly as a validation to the world. What is action? What is dominance? What is empathy? What is collaboration? What is lack of ambition? All of these meanings tend to change, remove gender from this construct. Then they become words that are available to us to seek and find as to when we need to find them to apply them in our lives. But what do? We think, no, being protective is a masculine thing. Can you think of the most powerful protective forces, the rage or the fear of a mother who's trying to protect? That's protection from a certain lens, and that lens is flawed. We're told that men should be more assertive and less emotional. Can you think of the male loneliness epidemic that we're going through today? Is actually, in fact, a having been told that men cannot be vulnerable and cannot be seen as being emotional? What if men were given the permission to range and access those emotions that they're holding on to and bottling up because they need to appear strong? What if we give ourselves the access whatever comes our way? The problem is in the difference. It's okay to, have this certain way of looking at the world and building. The problem is not with the difference. The problem is the way it's been designed. The design has the flaw. And the flaw is the fact that we internalize these narratives. When you ask women, what is the that's stopping them? Leadership or higher pays or negotiation for promotion. It's not the outer world that's stopping them. Their own internal narratives that absorb so deeply that has become their reality that they now fear. Progress exists, but unfortunately, equality doesn't, right? And what is equality? Equality can be gotten through only social justice. We have a bowling alley where all of us go to play. Imagine if all of us got the same size of shoes. That's equality. But a bowling alley that gives you a size of the shoe that's actually relevant to your size is the one that will actually help you put it on and play the game. And that's what social justice looks like. Education is not the problem at all, opportunities, right? There is limits that are put on us even before we step out into the world being told what we can and what we cannot prescribe to. When you look at the current pace on the Global Gender Parity Index, it's going to take us 131 years to reach actual parity, right? Pay parity, pink tax, there's a whole world of these that we don't even know. And some of us don't even know what the language of this is even being told. It's so underwritten and the undercurrent is so beautifully mesmerizing. Only 68.5% of the global gender gap has been closed so far. That means there's that much more to go. Miles to go before we sleep. Where is the first crack in the rule book? When the career starts slipping, when the promotion is that tipping point, when people decide for you. I keep saying, when we ask questions that interview about their family plans and their marriages, we ask the same then. But then people will tell you, oh no, but it'll impact the work, it'll culture. There's an entire generation of people who continue to believe that it's okay to ask these things, that it's important. Take that too, because you can't penalize women on their careers and their lives and their decisions based on the fact that we are the reproductive part of the world that's continuing to grow the world. Can't be penalized on both sides. So what happens for every 100 men promoted to their first managerial role? Only 87 of women are promoted. For every child a man has, he gains 7 to 9% of her salary. For every child a woman has, she loses 4 to 7% of her salary. Which means we are penalized in terms of salaries also. And these are stats and numbers don't lie. From entry level to exits, when you look at the pipeline, there's a constant happens in the system. Women are 50% of entry level roles, but what happens at the CEO level, when you see it diminishes, and world over, there's only 5% of CEOs who are women. In a world of a 50, right? You know how much percentage of funding is founders around the world of all the venture capital funding. And even the venture cap funders are surprised when I give them this number, 2%. Whereas actually women pay back loans, build more profitable businesses. And what are we continuing to do? We're going to live by the rules. There's also a lot of unseen work, right? We talk about the unpaid work, the amount of the unpaid workforce that actually contributes to our economy's growth. If we added more women in the workforce, our GDP would double. Those are the kind of numbers that are sitting in front of us, right? But we don't see that. Here, women perform 2.5 to 3 times more unpaid care work than men do. You all know this. Right? Parents who take care of their in-laws, their parents, their children, they have the schedules, they're running all of this, and the load is unfair. Let's talk a little bit more. There you go, 9 to 15% of GDP is what is actually the number. Whereas the old rules that have defined how we progress through our world are also problematic because we're constantly trying to navigate the world of patriarchy. and be a part of that world and not dismantle it. And the design and the structure is again flawed. What the economy loses, multiple numbers. Our pay gap is 25 to 20 in India. Our female rate is about 41 to 42% men versus 77 to 78%. The closing gaps would actually add a 770 billion to India's GDP of USD, and those are the numbers that we're grappling. So why is it not so easy, right? What happens is the minute women reach the mid-career level, there are two things that happen: drop off because they want to get married, have children, that life, or they choose to stay at the mid-career and say, no, I'm happy with this job. I'm happy with what I'm doing. This is good enough for me. Why is it time now to break this? I think it's about time we access and recognize the fact that all of us are dealing with the troubles of this binary that we've created around us. Right? So the generational roles that have been passed on to us are not relevant anymore in the world. Is it radical? Yes. But it's radical because we were never taught to think. What if we took that moment to say, in this point, as a boss, I need to be more nurturing. At this juncture, as a leader, I need to be more stronger, and I can't allow that strength to be clouded by my judgment. So what happens? Try and fit in. Try and fit into those roles that have put us in these boxes, and we struggle. Our gender parity in education and health is such a big question. Most unsafe place for women is their home. Not far away, not a dark alley. The kind of gender violence that we see today continues to perpetuate because of these very, very strongly reliant, statistics that drive the world. If you watch this show called Adolescence, the most regressive for men in the world is between the ages of 14 to 20. Let's take a moment now and think about how we've all been described over the years. What did we accept? What did we reject? Some of the speakers here spoke about being told, you're too loud, you talk too much, you're too extra, too much, you're seeking attention. Why is it that we judge those and all of those parameters that are discussed based on the genders of the people we work with, are with? The LGBTQIA population in the world is shrinking. Are we continuing to look at the world as binary? Or are we going to include everybody as we go along? What are the traits that we were told had their gender removed from the meaning that we make our own? What does it look like? Let's improve our gender diversity. Let's include everyone as we go along. Let's ensure that as the economics, the geopolitics, and the capitalism that we work in as a world, we're more conscious in our decisions just to build that world of tomorrow. And what does this mean? It just to be more empathetic to ourselves first, because when you change what's going on inside of you, what's going on outside of you changes. When we split the world into the binaries, we're also dealing with problems of what this should be and what this. But we're never looking at the potential of what can, that magic that we can unlock. If this sounds almost philosophical, but at the same time you feel rage, the rage is stemming from you having asked these yourself and breaking those shackles and held you back from doing every single thing that you could have accessed as a toolbook, as a toolkit. So with that, I take a moment to invite you to a world where we're not on the binary, where we're continuing to look at the world as a collective conscious decision that we take to make change happen, to nurture an environment that allows people full range of who they are. And in that world, we will all be seeing each other for all of ourselves and not for fragmented bits that we've dropped and allowed to fall away. In that wholeness, there's magic, love. And when there's love, there's growth. And in that growth, the future that we've not yet accessed.
Confident and refreshed in talk. Voice and ideas are truly inspiring for
Hi.
So much for a very emotional talk that took us through all together. I just have one question. As you were speaking, I was just wondering about, what is that one question that I can ask her? leave you with? That would definitely be what is one step I think all of us, a small step that we can take to make sure that we make the world a better.
I love this thing which I call the flip, right? So when you're telling somebody something, whether it's a boy or a girl, flip the gender. If it doesn't sound right on one side of the spectrum, it's not right for the other. So just flip it. Would you tell a boy the same thing? Then say. If you wouldn't, then flip it.
Perfect.
Flip the gender.
Perfect. I think from now we can all learn the concept of this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dedicata di Imam, the principal of Soundarya Central School, to kindly felicitate me.
Like this.
Check. Let me start with a confession. As a teenager, honestly, I do not remember the last time I decided not to use my phone. Simply because I cannot live without it, and also because my battery often dies before my phone does. And if this sounds familiar, don't worry, this talk is not about digital detoxification, deleting apps, or self control when you're online. It's about something quieter and smarter. And before we reach there, let me ask you all a quick question. How many of you opened your phones today thinking, I'll just check one thing? Not things, but just one thing. Yes, same here, because that one thing turns into 10 things. 10 things turns into doom scrolling. And doom scrolling eventually turns into, oh my god, how's it this late already? And what if I told you something? You didn't choose that journey, and neither was it random. You were guided there by something that we rarely notice, the algorithms. H. I'm just a student who goes to school, overthinks tests, and pretends to be sleeping early while I'm just scrolling on my phone. And that's when I noticed something very unsettling. I was not discovering the content I watch, it was discovering me instead. My preferences, choices, boredom. So, here's my topic. Algorithms are not evil, they're just clever. And clever systems don't need control to influence us, they just need access to our attention. Now, let me get this clear. Algorithms are not evil codes sitting inside your phone and plotting against you. They're just a set of rules that a computer or any gadget follows to predict what comes next. But modern algorithms do something beyond just following rules. They learn every click, every pause, everything becomes data. Algorithms prefer to learn your behavior, personality, because prediction becomes easier that way. Now, let me make this a little less complicated. I'll give you some fun examples too. Imagine you were just scrolling on your phone and you opened YouTube to watch one video, just one, no exceptions. But autoplay is ready to do its work. As soon as that video ends, another plays, and then another. Maybe you didn't want to stay, but you did because it felt effortless to do so. I'll give you a personal example. I was just scrolling through the net, searching for some recipes to try. Because why not? I was home alone. And YouTube suggested me something very specific: chocolate dosa prepared with extra chocolate chips. Now, logically, as a South Indian, I know dosa and chocolate are not two things that should cooperate together. But the app was not just trying to be creative, it was trying to be accurate. Because at some point, 2 a.m., I was probably sleep deprived and bored. I clicked on something weird for once, and boom, the algorithm remembered it. And now, even before I was clear with my choices, I had narrowed down my options. You can even think of Instagram. It's a popular space where we explore things, but we don't choose what we watch there. We just watch what keeps us scrolling. Or Spotify also does this. Just hands you out a playlist and says, trust me. And very often we do. And between all of this chaos, something serious happened. I was scrolling on my tab longer than I was meant to, and I decided to pause. I got out of my bed, and all I felt was quiet restlessness. And just then, I realized that whatever my mind was busy with for so long, I didn't even choose that. And that's when it hit me. Most of the time, when we're online, we don't choose what we watch. We just react to what's kept in front of us or what's in our screen. So, in this case, what do we do and what is the problem? The problem is not that algorithms exist, neither is it about technology. Because algorithms are not villains that wake up one day thinking, how do I ruin Adya's attention span? They are just special codes designed to personalize, make things easier, and less time consuming. But the problem is unconscious delegation. We are slowly outsourcing our decisions. First, the smaller ones, like what do I watch, what do I buy, or what do I listen to? Smaller decisions disappear, the bigger ones become easier to influence. So, in this case, what do? We don't escape from the technology. We don't delete all the apps on our phone. And we definitely do not run away to the mountains and live under a stone. We just start doing one wise thing. We start noticing. So the next time you're scrolling longer than you were meant to, pause. Not to feel guilty, but to ask yourself one honest question: did I choose this, or was this chosen for me? And that perspective changes a lot. So, the next time your screen or your algorithm pretends to be choosing what you want, just pause, smile, look at your screen, and say one thing: I see you, algorithm, but this time I am choosing. Because clever systems should never manage to replace conscious humans. So, with this, let's promise to ourselves to choose what we want and manage the balance between letting algorithms choose. So, thank you everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Ms. Nadia, it's an engaging and meaningful talk.
Hi.
Thank you so much for taking us through the journey of, again, rethinking on the algorithm that's following us instead of we following them. All right, I think I'll ask the question which I don't know if you are wondering, but I definitely am wondering. Do you actually make the chocolate dosa and eat it?
No.
No. All right, perfect. That's good to know. Thank you so
Ready? Smile and speak.
After you are bad at what? Also, patience, focus, confidence, and joy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yuan Bharat to the TEDx.
Crafting, a unique exercise where ideas meet paper and a little bit of magic. Good morning, friends, teachers, fellow creators, and everyone here. Have you ever stared at a blank sheet of paper and wondered, what can I make out of this? I am Yuvan Bharadwaj, a 8-year-old. One day, after a sporty and tiring day of classwork completion and games, I wanted much needed relaxation. I thought of watching cartoons, but then I realized it would strain my eyes. I randomly started folding a sheet of paper and it resembled a cat. I made more crafts with more colorful craft sheets and it looked amazing. Crafting for me is truly a magical experience. I stuck this all in my drawing book and it looked amazing. That day I realized that crafting helps me reduce my stress. Did you know over 70 million Americans engage in at least one craft activity every year according to Craft Industry Alliance? Every craft begins with an idea, no matter how big or small. It could be a random pattern, a color that caught your eye, or even a story you want to convey without words. Your ideas are limitless. Here are some benefits that I have noticed. Mental and emotional health benefits. It reduces our stress and boosts happiness, improves our brain function, helps in focus and memory, helps with patience and discipline. We can develop patience to complete our craft if we sit for a long time. It gives a sense of accomplishment. A feeling that I have achieved something makes me happy. It helps me to create more. It motivates me. Do you all know what is hand and eye coordination? Yes. The next set of benefits is skill development. Folding paper develops fine motor skills, improves hand and eye coordination, strengthens hand muscles, teaches pattern recognition, helps in planning and testing mistakes, and boosts our creativity. We can transform a flat sheet of paper into a 3D shape. Isn't it unique? Yes, I think so. Is math tough to anyone here? Try crafting then. Yes. Next set of benefits is math and stepwise thinking. There are multiple ways of solving a problem, and crafting helps in geometry and symmetry, and also stepwise thinking. Now, let us learn a few cultural and social benefits of crafting. As Brené Brown says, this encourages teamwork. Make new friends if you join new classes. Do you know some economical benefits of crafting? Yes, it is learned too often. Crafting contributes $44 billion to the US economy annually. The United Kingdom craft sector contributes billions of economy supporting jobs and business. Now let us learn something that's very important. If we do hand activities, especially crafting, just for 15 minutes a day, it increases 20% of happiness. Let's not forget this. The ancient art of folding paper that develops fine motor skills, a craft that you do without cuts or glue, Japanese origami. Word origami comes from two Japanese words, to fold and kami, paper. This art was actually known for celebrations, but now became a widespread pastime today. Today, origami is enjoyed worldwide for happiness and educational value, even known as therapy. Now, ask yourself a question now. What would be your mood today? What would be the three shape you possibly want to make? Next time, if you feel bored, try crafting. Grab a sheet of paper and start folding. Observe what it resembles. I would like to end my talk over here, but before I leave the stage, I want you to know something very important. Crafting is more than a hobby, it's a language without words, a science of materials, and a canvas for imagination. Thank you all for letting me share a few folds, threads, and facts about crafting. May your day be filled with creativity. Happy crafting!
Thank you, Yuva, for reminding us that creativity is a powerful tool for growth at any age. Everybody, what I want to know. And can we show our smile to everybody? That's about it. Alright, when I was a child, was animals. If I ask you what's your favorite thing to make with paper or craft with, what do you think that would be?
Animals.
Animals? What sorts of animals?
Dinosaurs, cats, dogs.
About time that you want teachers how to make all of this, don't you think? Yes. Alright, everyone, let's show our smile and then come up with it. I now request presenters of the present to a big applause. Why does it feel so loud inside when no one hears me? I don't want attention. I just want to be understood. Wait, don't give up. I know it feels heavy. I'm here, patiently waiting, and this is where you'll find your voice.
Uh-oh, running out of breath, but I got stamina. Uh-oh, running like that was my eyes, but I got stamina. And see another mountain to climb, but I got stamina. Need another love of your mind, 'cause don't give up, no, 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 don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, no, no.
I became the greatest by standing first, and others followed. Okay, that's enough thinking. Now let's feel the beat. Are you ready? Because we are. Not every voice shouts, some of them feel.
Sereno comida, sereno comida, sereno comida, sereno comida. Ay, cosa tan es sereno comida, sereno comida. Ay, cosa tan es la vida.
I didn't come this far to stay quiet. Let's go!
Whoa, chili on the track. Somebody for a snack. She just smell like paper. Don't worry, Haga, where you at? No style around too. This style run by me. No trends on TikTok. I trend in your scene. What's real on IG? I'm G to the T. From CH to UK. Ask about me. Don't sleep. Okay. Cool beans. Cafe. Need sugar. Coffee. Whipped cream. Frosted. The vibe, yeah. You know that we on that night, yeah. Can we feel alive tonight, yeah.
Strength isn't just breaking barriers, it's also celebrating who you are.
चूड़ी के छन छन में वो है छन 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 कंगन की खन खन में वो है
I stopped asking for space. I just took it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are not ready for this.
ਨਾ ਦੇ ਦਿਲ ਪਰਦੇਸੀ ਨੂੰ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਨਿਤ ਦਾ ਰੋਣਾ ਪੈ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਨਾਲ ਰਜੇਟੇ ਜੋਗੀ ਦੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜੋਗਣ ਹੋਣਾ ਪੈ ਜਾਊਗਾ
Get ready?
I'm a king, but I'm far from a saint. They call me a bad man, that's a fucking good thing. Mama said swing back when another man swings, so I make my mama proud and every shit ring. Forgive me, I can forgive them. You know my history, you know what I did then. Know what I do now, a whole lot worse. Heavy is the head, it's a blessing and a curse.
ਪਰਦੇਸੀ ਨੂੰ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਨਿਤ ਦਾ ਰੋਣਾ ਪੈ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਨਾਲ ਰਜੇਟੇ ਜੋਗੀ ਦੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜੋਗਣ ਹੋਣਾ ਪੈ ਜਾਊਗਾ
Thank you for that enthusiastic performance. Your energy, elegance, and expression brought the stage alive.
As we come to the close of season 2, we do so with deep gratitude.
We thank our speakers for their honesty, courage, and ideas that challenged us to think deeper and dream wider.
Our sincere thanks to our dignitaries, organizers, teachers, students, and our wonderful audience for being part of this exchange of ideas.
May today's conversations continue to inspire reflection and action long after this session concludes.
The third session of the program will begin at 2:30 p.m. We kindly request everyone to be seated by 2:15 p.m. as the doors will be closed at 2:25. Lunch is now ready and we know you audience must be hungry. We request all the audience members to have their lunch opposite to the school canteen area on the ground floor. Speakers are kindly requested to have their lunch next to the lounge area on the same floor. We request that the audience have their lunch and come back to witness the energetic speakers of session 3. I repeat again, we request that the audience have their lunch and come back to witness the energetic speakers of season 3. Thank you and have a meaningful day ahead.
Friends and a wonderful audience. I am Ayush,
And I am Shivani.
and it's a privilege to welcome you all to a stage where thoughts are valued, questions are encouraged, and ideas are allowed to breathe.
We are delighted to welcome you to session 3 of TEDx, a session that goes beyond listening. This is a space where ideas are explored with curiosity, courage, and imagination. This is a space where ideas are explored with curiosity, courage, and imagination, and where perspectives expand the moment we dare to look a little deeper.
Session invites us to see the world from fresh angles, to notice the powerful connections between creativity and science, resilience and innovation, imagination and possibility. Each idea you will hear today carries the potential to challenge assumptions and spark new ways of thinking.
TEDx is a reminder that meaningful ideas are not limited to experts, degrees, or textbook. They belong to anyone willing to observe closely, question bravely, and imagine boldly.
This session, you will hear voices shaped by experience, passion, creativity, and experimentation. Together, they remind us that future is not built by waiting for certainty, but by allowing different ideas to meet upon open mind and take courageous form.
Before we move ahead, may I kindly request everyone to switch off their mobile phones or keep them on silent or flight mode so we can enjoy the talks without any interruption. Videography and photography is strictly prohibited as it will interrupt the live stream on YouTube. Also ensure that you don't on your flashlights and you're not allowed to leave the room once the doors are closed.
Before we begin our speaker session, let us set the tone with melody and emotion.
We invite you to enjoy a music performance that reminds us how rhythm, harmony, and feelings come together to tell stories beyond.
Check, 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 check.
Hey guys, we're Soundarya School Band performing on stage right now. We would really love you guys to interact with us so we could make this show more interesting and perfect. You color and fracture the light, you can't help but shine. Know that you carry the world in your back, but look at you tonight.
Your lies, your face, your eyes, exploding like fireworks in the sky. Body, pushing on me, touching my body, I can do this all day. With me, till the morning, go to bed, on me. Summer, parity. On your body, pushing on me, touching my body, I can do this all day. With me, till the morning, go to bed, on me. Summer, parity. Come on, reach down into my time, close to our feet. You know the truth is, we take it to bed. Any bad, that's what we do. Better than that.
Inspiration is when I'm with you. It's not enough time. You're my sprinkler, watching you bloom. We are surrounded, but I can see the lights. Your face, your life was in this pushing on me. Don't you in the body. Pushing on me. Morning, baby, won't sleep.
Come on, audience. Once again.
എല്ലാരും ചൊല്ലുന്നേ പൊല്ലാപ്പാണുന്നേ ഇടഞ്ഞെന്നെ നിന്നു പൊന്നെ ഇടഞ്ഞെന്നെ കൊല്ലും കണ്ണെ എല്ലാരും ചൊല്ലുന്നേ പൊല്ലാപ്പാണുന്നേ വെള്ളൂറും തുള്ളും നീയോ 17 കള്ളും നീയോ കടലേഴും താണ്ടി നിന്നെ നിറയും കനവിൽ നിലവിൽ കയ്യിൽ.
Come on, everyone. Clap. 1, 2, 3, 4.
ഇടഞ്ഞെന്നെ നിന്നു പൊന്നെ ഇടഞ്ഞെന്നെ കൊല്ലും കണ്ണെ എല്ലാരും ചൊല്ലുന്നേ പൊല്ലാപ്പാടുന്നേ വെള്ളൂറും തുള്ളും നീയോ 17 കള്ളും നീയോ കടലേഴും താണ്ടി നിന്നെ നിറയും കനവിൽ നിലവിൽ കയ്യിൽ. I want to eat you now. Give me the best to show you how you shine. Skin to stand me up. Love the sparks and tap with you're chopping and texting it now. Talking about ocean girl. Away from you, just ain't without my breath. Sugar. You ain't eat you like one night. What have you done to my life? Wish you could do you right. I want to eat you now. Give me the best to show you how. ഇടഞ്ഞെന്നെ നിന്നു പൊന്നെ ഇടഞ്ഞെന്നെ കൊല്ലും കണ്ണെ എല്ലാരും ചൊല്ലുന്നേ പൊല്ലാപ്പാടുന്നേ
Then I'll adjust the footrest.
Yes.
Okay.
లేదు సైడ్ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಪ್ಯಾಂಟ್
Good afternoon, one and all. One and all present here. Our life is in our hands, either to shape it or to stay still. Nothing is impossible. Should we think differently abled are different or just one among us? Today, I am here to open my heart and share 5 ideologies which have helped me to shape my journey and move forward in life. Raising with resilience. In our life, we face many adversities, but when we choose to overcome them, we will reach the heights. Sometimes in life, we face difficulties, but when we open the box and come out of it, we can look forward positively. I lost my dad when I was 5. Me and my mom restarted our journey from scratch. During my childhood, I had to go through lot of operations, multiple operations. For many of the kids, summer holidays would be fun, enjoyment. But for me, it was hospital, operation, injection, medicine, and lot of pain with along with tears. I had to face multiple difficulties, lot of difficulties, but I stood firm and never gave up in life. My mom is a strong lady, I know. Watching her face every challenges with unshakable courage taught me a lesson to never give up in life, no matter how difficult the situation becomes. In the similar way, we all have faced difficulties, but we all and also have that courage within us. We just have to bring it out and be strong. Proven your daughter's wrong. Once I was sitting on my house stairs, I hear our neighbor auntie's conversation. They were talking, these kind of kids can only complete preschooling. After that, they can't do anything but stay home. This one sentence hit me hard. Why are they saying like this? And this is not true. That day, I decided and took it as a challenge and completed my 10th standard with distinction 87%. After that, I stayed committed to studies and also co-curricular activities throughout my academics. And today, as a professional in MNC company, I have proven them wrong and set a benchmark in the society. Imagination beyond limits. We all have that imagination. The vision we'll get by imagination, and wings to that vision can be given by passion. I never stop believing in my dreams, either small or big, doable or not. I just imagine that fulfilling my dreams. At the same day, one of our my dream was to become a dancer, singer, and a model. I used to watch television and imagine myself in their place. Similarly, after many years, I got my chance to dance with my friends in the college event. After that, I slowly practiced dancing with my crutches, and my dream of dancer became true. One after the other, I got multiple opportunities to showcase my dance and received multiple awards with the honor, and I I have inspired many lives through my dance. Even after that, I have also extended my accomplishment in the fashion world also. I have walked the ramp as a model and also was announced as Miss Ability India. Sometimes when others decided, can she do it? I have always proved them that I can do it with on my own words. I can do it, but in my own way. It may be a college presentation, or it may be a trucking, boating, riding, marathons, etc. I have always fought against the odd to and by never giving up easily. I remember one day when I talk about modeling, I remember one situation where when I was a kid, when I was walking in the public, they used to look at me as an alien. I used to ask my mom, why are they seeing like this? So that time, my mom said that one beautiful thing which changed my perspective about life. That is, whenever, even if an actress walk on the street, people will look at her the same. So you just think you are an actress. So in life, we have to convert that negative to the positive. Then only we can see that positive life within us. Self introspection to know life purpose. Sometimes we have to sit with ourselves to know our life purpose. What better we can do in life? Like this, we can, and this way we will get that path to reach our goal in life. I wanted to contribute more to the society. So my inner voice whispered, hey, I can be a motivational speaker and inspire world with my words. I started preparing accordingly, reached out to colleges, lecturers, informed about my interest. And as just like that, universe opened doors for me. I got many opportunities to address multiple millions of people offline and online. And also, I have received award from the Book of Karnataka records. And also for my dance, I have also received multiple awards. And one of my dance video went viral, crossing more than 2 crores of views. So this way we can we have to come out of our comfort zone and do our purpose. Whenever I whenever people hear my speech and come back and say, you have changed our perspective about life, you have motivated, hearing you, we have got inspired and motivated, my life purpose is served. Whenever I used to check, whenever I was a kid, I used to have a question, why am I differently abled? So today I have an answer to that. To show the world life is beautiful. Have a big smile, whatever comes your way, and move on. Surviving from Corona, I wanted to do something as there were no events or activities. But I couldn't stay still. I have to do something. So I started painting. I never knew with these vibrating hands I could make such a masterpieces. So I got. And also the resin artwork. I do many things. So we should always be productive. There is a saying, right? Ideal mind is a devil's workshop. We should always be thinking what next. Being grateful. I follow a principle in life. It doesn't matter what you don't have. It only matters what you do with
what you have. We should always be grateful for whatever we are having in life and to the people who are with you in your bad times and good times. I am really grateful for my mother, family, friends, teammates who have believed in me and supporting me till now. Only because of them I could achieve in life. Similarly, for everybody, I would say we have to set a goal in life and work towards that, and you will be successful. Being a person with cerebral palsy, I have broken the barriers of disability and set a positive example in the society. I stand here not because my journey was easy, but because I believed I belonged. I want everybody of us, all of us, to remember inclusion doesn't start from the society, it starts with a shift in the heart. I have also contributed towards True Ability community and also have been awarded a global award in the company. Today, I proudly say that I have changed the societal norm about disability and with my activities. I am Ramita Kulal Ganesh, showcasing infinite possibilities beyond cerebral palsy. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your journey, reminding us that strength lies in embracing who we are and creating space for others to thrive.
Hello, Buddha.
Much for giving talk. And I'm also happy to see the amount of areas that we have explored. I'm sure all of these are a combination of proud moments. Although I was wondering, what was that one that you are moment that you are the most proudest about out of everything?
Completing my MCA, I always had a dream or aim to be a topper in MCA. So I have achieved and completed my post graduation with best outgoing student. That would be one of the most important thing, and also I have achieved whatever I think. I will be doing it. So I'll not give up easily. I am a fighter. So that is also one. Thank you.
Kappa, Managing Director of Soundarya Central School, to kindly felicitate Ms. Ramita Kulal Ganesh as a mark of her appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you. First, when I was in primary school, I loved drawing. One day, I thought to draw something very unique, but unfortunately, I did not get any idea. So instead of getting bored, I did small things on a blank sheet of paper and filled it. When I saw it, I was like, wow, it's so good. I even used it as my stress buster because whenever I felt tired or even stressed, I would doodle. That's how it became my hobby. Doodling gave me many things. It gave me drawing, it gave me understanding, even changes. Doodling gave me many changes in my life. Imagine your mind is a room full of voices, schoolwork, expectations, memories, dreams, and much more, all taking at the same time. Doesn't it feel irritating? I feel so, yes, but doodling will help you. Doodling will release all the pressure which is there in your mind. So, I have a question. What if a person doesn't doodle and has no one to share his feelings with? Then the person can do many other fun activities like playing basketball, playing games, singing, dancing, doodling, and much more. In all of these, one is doodling. Doodling will help him to concentrate and focus better on his class. Yes, it even helps to express his feelings by drawing shapes and strokes on a blank sheet of paper and filling it. What if a person doodles when he is free? If the person doodles when he is free, then he will be more creative. He will create new things. Besides these, what if a person doodles instead of spending his time on screens? If he does that, then there will be less effect on his eyes and especially his health. Because even doodling entertains us, not only smartphones and other devices, right? The world misunderstood doodling a lot. Doodle, everyone said it's so messy, it's waste of time. Yes, but what if I tell you that doodling works like a different language? A language without grammar, a language without rules, a language where your mouth cannot but your pen can. Yes, there are many moments I doodle, but the three moments I doodle the most are: first, when I'm listening. You may see my eyes down and my pen moving, but trust me, I am paying attention. I am paying attention in a manner in which words cannot explain. When I'm overwhelmed, everyone here ever felt overwhelmed at least once in your life? I also yes. As a student, I felt overwhelmed many times, especially during my exams. But doodling will help me. It's like traveling to a different place full of peace. Third, the main thing, when I'm imagining. Yes, according to me, your doodles must have 90% of your imagination and 10% of your artwork. Because if there is no 90% of your imagination, then I feel so your doodles may not have your feelings or life to it. Yes, there are many hidden meanings behind useless lines. Like, it's not good, it's so messy, doodling is not important, or it's waste of time. But even a one line can just stop you doodling. Just don't listen. Start doodling. Yes, it's just my opinion. I'm not just forcing you. Really, do you know that doodling gave me many things? It gave me understanding, drawings, and much more. But the main thing I got was confidence. It's unbelievable. But actually, it gave me confidence. Like, add more detail, go more deep inside, and solve critical problems in maths and brainstorming questions in science. Ever felt like your mind is stuffed like a cupboard that's about to burst? Doodling will work out. Doodling will release all the pressure and relax your mind. The last thing I want to leave you with is just don't hide your true self. Yes, but before going to that, what did I see the world? How did I see it after starting to doodle? Yes, even trees and buildings. Tree was not just a tree. I looked at its curves, lines, branches, bushes, etc. Whichever was fit into my doodle. Yes, even a building. A building was not just a building. I saw its angles, shapes, and even shadow that would fit into my doodle. My message to everyone is don't hide your true self. Yes, if you don't doodle, you're seeing someone doodling and you told them to not doodle. Don't just feel guilty because it's just my opinion. I'm not forcing you to doodle. I'm saying you that doodling has many benefits. Yes, the last thing I want to leave you with is just go on with the situations and remember two things which I say. That is, doodles belongs to you. Yes, those are personal. Doodles are meant to be messy. Thank you for listening to me and being here.
Thank you so much, Advai, for reminding us that even the smallest doodle can carry the biggest ideas.
Good, mom.
Did you think you Okay, so while I was talking, I was trying to do on my phone three things. I got a tortoise, got a whale. Okay, so I want to know a little bit. Since you do doodle so much, can you tell three steps that will help all of us to actually use our leisure time to doodle?
Yeah, I can say, like, first thing, when you get a lot of imaginations in your mind, you can doodle. And when you feel more overwhelmed, you can doodle. And the main thing I feel so is when you're listening. Yeah.
What do we do then?
It's just my opinion because don't just waste your time by doodling there.
Okay, I hope Advait's teachers are listening to that, yes? Thank you so much. Can you all clap for Advait? Come.
And now the quiz.
ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತಾ
Pediatric Services and co-creator of the hospital. Her work reflects dedication to healing, leadership in healthcare, and a deep commitment to children's well-being. Please welcome Dr. Supraja Chandrasekhar to the TEDx stage.
Thank you so much. Check. Good afternoon. Let me begin with a question. What is the most important score your child will ever have? Is it their grades, Their marks, IQ, or is it something which we look at only child comes into the ICU? I'm a pediatric intensivist. My workplace, the ICU, where children come fighting for their lives. The ICU has taught me lessons no textbook ever did. I'd like to share 3 of them with you today. The first, an infant presented to us very sick, acidotic, in shock, previously completely well, no illness, no fever whatsoever. We did the usual thing. We resuscitated, we even dialyzed and stabilized. And then we noticed something striking. The little one had very darkly pigmented knuckles, their tongue. Got us thinking, could this be vitamin B12 deficiency? The levels returned almost undetectable, a rare but catastrophic presentation. With just one injection, the little one sat up like a prince, as if nothing had happened. What went wrong? The mother then revealed to us she had recently switched to a vegan diet, guided by social media. But what she forgot was her breastfeeding infant was entirely dependent on her for certain essential micronutrients. That day, the ICU taught me a powerful lesson. A child can nearly die with an improper diet. Children need to eat, and what they eat matters. The second story. 2 adolescent boys presented to us in the ICU with severe dengue, both at the same time with the same diagnosis, same labs, platelets, receiving same treatment. But the outcomes were completely different. The first one had a smooth course, was discharged within a couple of days, whereas the second child was obese. He went on to respiratory support, had a complicated ICU stay, and discharged after a long time. The difference, the first played basketball every day. The second played on his console. That day, I learned something very simple. Physical fitness is not optional. It is mandatory for a child's resilience. Children need play. Third story is of a teenager who was rushed in from school by her teachers. She was gasping for breath and her parents looked devastated. She was tachycardic, her pulse rate was high, her breathing was high, but her heart and lung function were completely normal. She was hyperventilating. Anxiety episode. When we dug deep, we found her entire life shrunk to merely a tab, 4 walls in her room, and isolation. No friends, no family conversations, no anchor. Today, the ICU taught me what we rarely acknowledge. Loneliness and depression can present desperately as breathlessness. Children need to connect with themselves, the people around them, and nature. 3 children, 3 emergencies, 1 lesson learned. How children eat, play, and connect is not lifestyle advice, it is life support. It is what I call lifestyle quotient. Way back in 2014, I stopped asking the question, how do we treat this? Instead, I began to ask, why did this happen? That led to the birth of SETME, Student Empowerment, Medical Education, under which we started the Eat, Play, Connect, Write workshop. So what did we do? We didn't go to parents. We directly went to students. We spoke to them in their schools, their colleges, educational institutes, and various community centers. We connected with them sharing real ICU stories and science, and children listened. We then went a step further. We surveyed 1,100 families and asked the parents about how their children play and connect. We gave a score to each of the 20 questions. And finally, every child got a composite score called the lifestyle quotient score as a percentage. We then grouped them into the red, orange, or green zone. They were in the red zone when the percentage was less than 60. When it was above 84%, it was the green zone, and orange in between. You know what? Results, they're scary. Only 7.3% of them belong to the green zone. More than 30% belong to the red zone, requiring urgent lifestyle intervention. Lifestyle diseases no longer belong to adults, occur in childhood. The facts then became very clear to us. Our children are overfed and undernourished. 1 in 10 children across the globe is either obese or overweight. 1 in 10 children are pre-diabetic in India, and 1 in 3 of them have abnormal lipids. We are looking at lifestyle disease starting in childhood. So what did we do? We shared our findings across various media. And what did we teach these children? We taught them something very simple: how to eat right. When they sit in front of their lunch boxes or their plates, half their plate to be fruit and veggies, only quarter the grains and quarter proteins, and a cup of dairy. We told them that the grains need to be whole grains because that's where the fiber and the nutrients live. We asked them to choose millets. We told them to eat proteins as much as they eat the grains and to choose plant-based lean protein. We even told them to eat veggies of different groups in various shapes and sizes in whatever form they want. We asked them to eat fruits fresh or dry, but not as fruit juices, but as fruit smoothies. And finally, to finish their lunch plate with a cup of freshly made curds, probiotic rich, good for their gut. What do children in India eat? Primarily white food, starting from idli, dosa, white rice, milk, etc. These are the 5 white ingredients most of our plates are filled with. They are nutrient poor and fiberless. Iron is low in these foods. No wonder in India, 1 in 2 children are iron deficient. So what we need is to fill a rainbow on their plate, which is nutrient dense. We also spoke to children about junk food. We asked them to think that salt and sugar is the new tobacco. And just like what tobacco does, it disrupts the metabolism and the hormones. Today, these salt and sugar-rich foods are encroaching into our dining tables. The lovely packaged foods we get with the luring adverts actually have dangerously deceptive labels. They are filled with saturated fat, salt, sugar, and the processing adds on dangerous additives and preservatives. We made these children think. We spoke to them that junk food is beyond cultural barriers. For example, a traditional puri palya well, the screen acts like a hypnosis. It makes them choose food that is not right. It pushes them towards sedentary behavior and pushes them towards obesity and type 2 diabetes. It works on their mind. Children need to eat around the dining table. screen eating, blunt their satiety center. We also spoke about how to play right, not just gadget play, but play outdoors. At least 1 hour of physical play is required for these children because movement is not optional. Movement, like medicine, is required and it works only when taken regularly. Told them about how to connect right, connect with themselves through mindful activities like yoga and meditation. Most importantly, adequate sleep. Connect with the people around them, their family and friends on a daily basis, and connect with nature, what I call vitamin N. The children didn't just listen, they engaged, they made slogans, they made posters and clay models. Most beautiful thing of it all was when we received the feedback from the parents. We received pictures of their colorful lunch boxes filled with nutrients. Children changed, their families changed, and something else happened. I changed. I became more mindful, connected, active, and intentional. Today, in our clinic, screening for lifestyle quotient is a regular because we believe that the most important score in a child's life is not about how successful their career would be, it's about how well they live. Because a child's lifestyle doesn't just influence their health, it programs it. And the most beautiful part, it is not fixed. It can be changed any day, starting from today. Eat, play, connect, right. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Doctor, for sharing insights that remind us how care, science, and humanity must always move together.
Good afternoon.
For providing such talk. I hope from now onwards all our plates will ready. Yes, the food kind. All right. So, one question. There are certain misconceptions that we food. So considering that, what is that one misconception that individuals usually have which are change?
I would say branding food as oh, the food that we get from outside is healthy, and the food we make at home is the food we get from outside is unhealthy, and the food we make at home is healthy. Sometimes the food we make at home is not very healthy. We need to look into the ingredients, the nutrients, as I call it. So let's be mindful about what we eat.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I request Mr. Warren Kumar, School Director at Soundarya Central School, to kindly felicitate Dr. Super Chandrasekhar as a mark of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Shall we jump to the next stage?
You must be wondering, what is this high school student doing here? Let me clarify that for you. I'm here not because I have all the answers, but I'm here because I understand the power of asking better questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I go any further, I want you to think. Really think. When was the last time you actually wondered about something, not because it was going to be in the exam or it was going to be in the syllabus, just because you were genuinely curious about something? For me, it was long time ago. This reminds me of a story. Meet Shanvi, a curious little kid. When she was small, she used to ask a lot of questions, like, why is the sky blue? Or why can't I have ice cream for breakfast? Or why does the star disappear when the sun appears? Then she grew up. She went to classrooms where she saw something strange. Hands stayed down, doubt stayed inside. Speed mattered more than depth. Understanding the topic was not considered at all. So she adapted. She stopped questioning, like entirely. As always, a normal event in every student's life, exams arrived. As always, she was memorizing answers, mugging up definitions, highlighting main points. But something did not feel right. Externally, she looked like she's learning, but internally, she was so confused. Due to frustration, she started asking questions. Here's a fun fact. When we were kids, we used to ask around 300 questions per day. When that same kid reaches high school, the numbers drop below 10. That's sad. When Shanvi started asking questions, she wasn't rebellious anymore. She was just curious. History never began when a person mugged up an answer. It started because someone questioned a norm. Meet Julius Lothamia, an awesome scientist. Imagine a time where chemistry is basically chaos. No proper pattern, just elements everywhere, no order at the same time, just vibes. Mia is that annoying person asking, why does these elements act like twins though they're completely different? He checked their graphs, yes, graphs, and ended up with the conclusion that periodic table isn't just a table, it's a pattern screaming to be noticed. As a normal 8th grader, we learn periodic trends, but a person who actually found out the patterns never gets mentioned. Let's move on. Meet Albin El-Haitham, an Arab scientist. Basically, a man who looked into his own eyes and went, I don't believe you. Imagine a time where people thought the reason of vision is light comes out of our eyes. Yes, like tiny flashlights. But he questioned, wait a minute, if that's true, why can't we see in the dark? Awkward silence. He worked with mirrors, lenses for years, then ended with the conclusion that the reason for vision is light enters our eyes. Reflection and refraction is one of the most basic concepts for an 8th grader. Personally, I mug it up. A research was done in Harvard University. What do we get after questioning? Questions trigger the release of dopamine. What do you mean by dopamine? Dopamine is a chemical related to happiness and motivation. Basically, the more you question, the more your knowledge improves. The more your knowledge improves, you become happy. One day I was sitting in my room doing absolutely nothing. Then I remembered about global warming and pollution. I asked a question. What if the same air resulting in pollution can be used for something else? Then I had a biology class the next day. I was learning about microorganisms, especially bacteria. Then I learned about a specific bacteria called blue-green algae. This bacteria is super old, like 3.5 billion years old. That old. So I thought, why not merge these two ideas together? Is collector on the top, algae below, and they're protective too. Whatever water is collected in the mist collector can be used to grow this bacteria. This is a simple scientific tool, but if used practically, can do many changes. There are so much advantage of asking better questions. Like, you learn a lot. When you learn a lot, there is improvement in cognitive flexibility. So basically, you will have better conversations and you learn more. And it also drives innovation. Through this, I'd like to end with a world full of answers. AI answers, Google answers, textbook answers, guidebook answers. Questioning is a superpower. For your information, Newton questioned an apple. Albert Einstein questioned light. Ahatham questioned his own eyes. So please don't ignore that silly thought, because that small thought can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanti, for showing us how curiosity makes the thing possible.
Good afternoon.
I think I'm sure all the teachers would relate. The very first time we asked a question in the class, the first, just like you writing hands behind them, not raising the hand. So are you up for a small challenge? Yes. Can you ask a question that will actually make audiences hand?
How many of you have asked like one question today? Like, what's for breakfast counts? Yeah.
Actually, did the challenge. Can you help me start?
I now request Suma Ma'am, Principal of Soundarya School CBSE, to kindly felicitate Ms. Shanvi J. Anchan as a part of our appreciation. Strong advocate, lifelong learning. His journey reflects the value of crafting discipline to solve complex problems. Please welcome Mr. Mukul Angle to the TEDx.
Right. Okay, before I begin, I just would want to have a quick activity with all of you. Could you all please stand up for me? Just one quick activity. Raise your right hand. Raise your left hand. Raise your legs. Oh no, we can't do that. Sorry. That was just a stretching exercise that I was trying to do so that you are awake for this session. Here I am presenting a bit of a, I would say, unusual or an atypical topic, right, called the loyalty trap. If you've ever told a 21-year-old chemical engineer who had barely made out of college that one day he'll be choosing a bright career in a completely different field, in an entirely different domain, he would have probably just laughed it off. Here I am to talk about all the learnings that I've had in the past little bit over a decade of my career through this presentation, which will be about why your next job shift is actually a superpower instead of just uh, being there for a longer time. So for a long time, we've been told, or at least made believe, that staying loyal to a company or having fewer career switches over the entire tenure of your working profession uh, was considered to be a gold standard, right? We often wear a long tenure as a badge of honor. But let's be honest, in this badge of honor sometimes would feel like a shackle that would hold you behind, right? That would limit your potential to unlock your thinking capabilities, right? But why should this matter at all? The loyalty trap is the comforting and the safest choice that a lot of professionals adhere to. If the world is moving fast enough and you are not pacing ahead of the world, then you're getting left behind. Sometimes the safest career choice is actually the one that keeps you most stuck. When one stays in an industry or a role for too long, your perspective narrows. You start solving every problem with the same hammer, right? Breaking the trap is all about multidisciplinary resilience, right? You don't just change your email signature when you switch a job. You change your perspectives, you broaden your horizon, and you build a mental model, right? Think about an engineer who moves to sales. He learns the resilience of rejection. The creative who moves to operations, he learns the resilience of or the discipline of systems, right? The most valuable professionals probably may not be the ones who have 10 years of experience in just one thing, but they could be the ones who have 2 years of experiences in 5 things. That's one of the reasons. And I would also like to bring an anecdote. Oh, sorry. I would like to bring an anecdote over here. And it's a very known fact that a forest with just one species is the most vulnerable one, whereas a diverse ecosystem is resilient, and our careers are no different, right? If your entire professional identity is tied to one company's ideology or one boss's opinion, then you are fragile, right? Your next job shift could be an investment in anti-fragility. Every time you start over in a new environment, you are forced to unlearn, relearn, retool, and reintroduce yourself. The experimental discomfort is the sound of your resilience muscles growing, right? You aren't starting over, you are leaving up your ability, you're leading up your ability to be exceptional, and you're expanding your knowledge. I would also now talk about, yeah, let's talk about the math of the half-life, right, of a professional skill. So the half-life of the professional skills is at around 5 years. And if you stay in a company for probably about 7 years without evolving, it would mean that you are behind the curve and you enter a skill debt. And with the tech age progressing, with the AI innovations coming in, probably the half-life is less than 5 years in today's day. If you've been in the same seat for more than the half-life of a skill set, then you aren't forced to evolve. And that is when you need a hard reset, right? Learning should actually not be just limited to weekends, or upskilling should not be a hobby you hold it for the weekends. It should be a byproduct of your movement, right? It's the ultimate curriculum. It forces a new job, always forces you to hard reset. And the discomfort that you feel is actually tells you that you are becoming an expert in whatever you're achieving next. Now, career modularization tells you to move once you stop being a student. Right? Now that I've spoken about career movements, career pivots, one question that always comes to probably anyone's mind is, how do you alleviate a recruiter's fear? Right? So the next time when a recruiter or anyone asks you that why are you moving so soon, don't talk about what was bad with your previous organization or your previous company. Talk about what you've learned. Talk about what impact you created and what is right with your next career move and what value will you add to the new company that you're joining. You can literally tell them that I've mastered the art of 2-year steep learning curve. Now I'm here to bring a multidisciplinary toolkit that probably no one in your organization possesses. That's how you break the trap, or and you basically don't let loyalty lead to stagnation. As your value isn't found in how long you stay, but it's in how much have you grown in your career. uh, Build a career that is probably a masterpiece, right? Go from a monument to a masterpiece, and ensure while you're doing that, you build an equity in the ecosystem. I think I want you to look at this image. Now, I wanted to, for most of us, it would feel like the person is actually on a steady, heavy rock and probably taking the leap of faith by stepping onto a brittle or a fragile glass bridge, right? It looks like a person is leaving the solid ground, but this is how the world views your next job move, which is risk, right? I want you to take three things away from this talk. A, loyalty to a company is a debt. Loyalty to your growth is an asset. Stagnation is the new high risk behavior, and the modular professional wins by being the most adaptable person in the room. With that, uh, that's my time, and I'm Mukul, and I'm glad to be here. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for providing a different lens into things. There is one term that you mentioned, which I carry unlearning. I would want to ask you a question. Is there something specific that you had to unlearn which blew your mind away? So inspirational, you're just shocked by the process.
Yeah, I think in my career, I've gone from being an individual contributor to a people manager, and then back to an individual contributor. So I had to unlearn a lot of the managerial stuff that I was doing, and to relearn a lot of the technical stuff that I need to know, because I was pivoting my entire stream. Like, I was moving from consumer insights to a different stream called measurement. So that probably was one of the biggest unlearnings I've done in my career till now. And another one, I would say, maturing, because when you are an individual, you are just a married person, you have a sense of thinking. But when you obviously have a kid, you have to unlearn a lot of those things. You have to learn what your kid wants to learn. So now today I'm dancing on Barbie songs with my daughter at home, and I'm the grandfather to her kids. So I now need to understand how my parents probably behave with her, and I need to behave like that with her kids.
Definitely. So thank you so much for that answer.
Thanks
Can we
so
have one more round of applause for him?
Okay.
Good evening to everyone present here. My name is Naidali. I'm a 22-year-old fencer. Today, I'm here to talk about more than a match. Well, we start fencing with a command, which is called on guard. On guard means it prepares your body to start fighting. But let me ask you a question first. Have you ever told someone that you were fine when you were actually going through a really hard day? Well, all of us are experts at wearing masks, right? So am I, but in my fencing bout. Well, today, not all battles are fought when there were audience. Not all battles are fought when on the court, but some of them are fought when no one is watching us. I was just 12 years old when I started my fencing career. Later, I went to school after 2 hours of training and then came back home and then just did homework and slept. That was my daily routine. I didn't have pressure, I didn't have expectations, I didn't have any podium finishes that time. In fencing, there is something called parry, which means to block an attack when your opponent is attacking you. Early in my career, I went to my first national championships. I lost in my medal match by 14-15. Later, next year, I went to the same national championships. I lost again. Well, but something was there in me. I went back, I trained. I started winning team medals eventually. Later, the pressure grew. My parents were really supportive and encouraging. They sent me to Singapore at the age of 13. I came back. I thought I was ready. But the fact was, I wasn't ready yet. I started losing to the same opponent again and again. That loss felt really personal. Well, I took it in such a way that I trained hard and I qualified for the national championship. Actually, both of us qualified for the national championship. Later, we had to face each other in the semi-finals. Both of us fenced and both of us came to the semi-finals. Well, the score was tied to 14-15. Fencing bouts usually end at 15. So that day, I lost that bout by 14-15 again. The scores which I always saw. Later, I realized something that day, that I could still beat her. But I lost that match. I won a bronze medal that day. Later, I went back and I also won something else that day, which was self-belief. I believed in myself, and so I won a bronze medal that day. Also, a silver medal at the team event. Well, the next thing was the distance. In 2019, I broke the distance. In fencing, if you're too close or if you're too far, you break the distance and you get hit really hard. 2019 was a golden year for me. I received the KOA awards. I came back home, I went to the national championships again. Well, I lost there, but I won a silver medal in the team events. COVID hit, depression slowly came into my life. Well, I didn't know what was depression at that point of time. Later, I sat in my room, I did nothing, just eat. I gained a lot of weight. Later, I thought, weight was not the problem. Emotional starvation was the problem. Later, I thought of myself and then I thought I would do something. I will do hard work. I believed in myself again. I went back to the national championships. After the national championships, I was placed 8th, which is a really good ranking in the national championship. I came back home. I knew next year was the Commonwealth Championships year. I trained hard. I trained so hard that I used to get up at 4 a.m. in the morning and then come back home almost at 7 p.m. in the evening. I did so much hard work. I went back. Again, the medal match. The score was 14-15. I lost even there. It was okay to lose. I just came back home after that. I threw my fencing kit back. I told my parents I wouldn't fence anymore. I thought of quitting that day. Later, another opportunity came up, which was a Khelo India League. I went there, I fenced, I won a bronze medal again in the individual event. I was okay. I felt happy that day after a really long time. I was very happy. That night, I got a call from my parents that my grandmother was no more. She was the closest to me. I shared everything with her. That day, in one hand, I had my medal, but in another, I had grief. Later, my life collapsed. There was something called parry in fencing, where you successfully block the attack and you hit back. It's called the parry. In my life, I couldn't do it with the sword. I did in real life. My body was so exhausted that my menstrual cycle became irregular that day. I didn't know something that existed also that day. Later, I was very hesitant about telling it to my parents about what I was facing. But somehow I I made sure I told them with a lot of courage. But that day, my parents told me something really unexpected, which was silence is not being a silent. The strength is not being silent, but strength is asking for help. That changed my life that day. Well, after that, I opened up myself with my friends as well. That day, I realized that I was not going through this alone, but I had a lot of people around me who were going through a lot that day. I realized something that medals don't measure your pain, they just measure your performances. I'm here today as an Ekalavya awardee, and I'm very happy that I chose my life over silence. So, you're not your failures, you're not your rankings, you're more than a match. Thank you.
Thank you for it outside.
As you were speaking, I was just thinking, first and that night. Okay. Before I ask the question, I actually want to learn something small from you. Since we're wrapping up our TEDx with Natalie over here, for whomever it's without causing care. Can you teach us one stance that in fencing?
Yeah.
Anybody who would like to join us? You can just stand up. Stand there. Yeah. So much. That's a learning we can take.
This is my fencing sword, and this is called an epee, which has the whole body target. So this would be the on guard, which I told you. Yeah.
I think that should be a start to my fencing journey. But thank you so much for your information.
Let's listen to Mahabaresh.
Okay.
Selection and Training Committee for their careful selection, thoughtful training, and above all, for believing in the students even before the students believed in themselves.
Sincerely appreciate the administrative team for the coordination, planning, and smooth execution of the event. Our heartfelt thanks to the housekeeping department for maintaining a welcoming and a well-organized environment throughout the program. A special note of appreciation to the support and all the behind-the-scenes contributors whose quiet efforts ensured that every detail came together seamlessly.
An event of this magnitude does not come together overnight. It is the result of countless hours of planning, teamwork, and passion. The organizing committee has worked relentlessly behind the scene to ensure that every detail was thoughtfully taken care of. We warmly invite the members of organizing committee to join us on stage as a mark of our sincere appreciation with a big round of applause.
I kindly request our school CEO, Kirtan sir, to join us on the stage. Organizing committee members, please join us on the stage. These are our organizing committee members, and I would request everyone to introduce them.
Good evening, everyone. Dear speakers, guests, and all the students here. So here we are today at the final juncture of TEDx Soundarya Central Youth of 2026. The first ever edition has gone very, very successful. And indeed, our team who worked very, very closely. Varun also can come up. And all our team members. Renuka, madam, please come. So everybody has worked meticulously. So I would like to thank our principal, Renuka madam. Congratulations. A big round of applause. And our vice principal, Ramya Krishna madam. And our team of teachers, all of them. Our team, our creative person was Vidya madam and team who closely worked on building a lot of designs. A lot of things have gone at the back end because deciding speakers itself was a tough job. But yesterday also we had almost 3 speakers. Suddenly a IAS officer calls and someone from IMB calls, and we also want to take up. Then there is a school, someone yesterday from Greenwood High, they call and they all want to participate. So the platform is valued so much. So indeed this preparation was a great, very creative experience, and it gave us a lot of thought process and how to build ideas. So because we were working with our students who are coming up with their business ideas. So this again is a great idea, a platform. Students were actually clueless before. Like some of them were like, what is TED? Or even now we have almost 8,000 students and 8,000 to 16,000 parents. Still, propagation of the event still has to reach. So after the first edition, I feel it has reached to greater places. And we thank the organizing team. Thank you all for being part. Thank you so much for being staying together. And because they worked so late yesterday till 9 o'clock, they all were there and they ensured. Our team of Susanna, please come. Susanna, Manisha, Adarsha, please come. Our chief curator is Mr. Ananj. He is missing today. He had Pranjali is again just here. I'd like to thank our that's Susanna. She's sure all the speakers are aware about her, and she has given her remarks to each one of you. And Adarsha, Manisha, thank you all for taking care, and thank you. Please, ma'am, convey my regards to Ananj and Pranjali. We are missing them here today. Thank you all, and also please give a round of applause to our speakers. Most, wonderful speakers, and each perspective has, has changed our, the great things now. Vinod sir has given a new dimension altogether. So like that, Suja madam and also I think Ramita, Naidile, who all are here, and our own students. I think a lot of our students, Shrestha is here, that many of our students. So I think this is a great experience, and I feel it's a lifetime experience because the first time is the best time. And this moment of TEDx Soundarya Central School youth has brought everyone together. So it has united all of us. So let's stay together for the next upcoming events also. And we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being part. And wonderful audience too. Please give a round of applause to the audience too, because they've been there from morning. Some of them have been sitting forcefully also on our pressure. So thank you for being there. I'm sure this will manifest. Whatever you heard will definitely manifest. And success, if you have sat here, success will definitely be guaranteed for all of you. Thank you all, and see you again until next time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Hello, good evening, everyone. So I was responsible for sponsorship and speakers. So I thank the sponsors who have given the registration kits, sponsored many other things. So, and the speakers who have taken time in their busy schedule and share their knowledge. So I thank all the speakers, adult speakers that who I was coordinating with, and our school speakers for inspiring all of us today. Thank you so much.
uh, such a wonderful audience.